In the cramped navigation room of the Celestial Nomad, an aging airship moored precariously to one of the lower floating isles, she sat hunched over her maps and star charts. The room smelled of aged parchment, oil, and the faint tank of ozone from the storm battering the continent's edges. Her fingers traced the faded lines marking the lost Skylands territories once charted, now swallowed by shifting air currents and political chaos. Outside, gusts howled, rattling the ship's timbers, as if the very skies sought to challenge her resolve. Elara's sharp eyes, dark and intense despite the weariness etched into her lean features, flicked between the charts and the broken compass that had been her trusted tool. This compass, like her career, had pointed true once, before a catastrophic miscalculation led to the death of her crew and the shattering of her reputation. She had been a star navigator, renowned for her precision and daring, but that night had changed everything. Accusations of negligence had followed her like a shadow, driving her into isolation. A sudden knock at the door broke her concentration. She looked up to see a tall figure silhouetted against the storm-lit corridor. A man with sun-bleached hair tangled in rebellious waves and a jagged scar running over his left eye. Yarek Thorn, a name whispered with both fear and grudging respect across the floating isles, was here. "Voss," he said, voice rough like gravel and salt. "Word is, you're back in the game. Got an offer for you." Ilara's jaw tightened. She had hoped to avoid the undercurrents of Skyfold's lawless skies, the sky pirates and mercenaries who lived on the fringes of order. But this was her chance, however dangerous. The Council of Skyfold had quietly extended an offer she could scarcely believe: lead an expedition to reclaim the lost Skylands, territories rich with untold resources and ancient secrets, and redeem her name. At the bustling tavern where skyfarers gathered to swap tales and trade secrets, the air was thick with the scent of burnt oil, spiced ale, and the low hum of scheming voices. Elara met with Yarek, their first encounter charged with unspoken challenges. His brash confidence clashed with her cautious precision, but beneath the tension was a shared understanding of the peril ahead. "I'm not the leader type," Garrick admitted. One evening, as they stood on a balcony overlooking the floating cityscape, stars flickering through gaps in the clouds. "But even I know this mission needs someone who's been burned and can still fly straight." Elara's eyes narrowed. "I'm not sure I'm that person anymore." Meanwhile, in a quiet corner of Skyfold's ancient library, carved into the rock of a floating isle, Mira Solon bent over cryptic manuscripts and mechanical blueprints. Her pale skin glowed softly under the dim light as she carefully turned fragile pages. Her silver hair cropped short to avoid distraction. Descended from a long line of historians and engineers, Mira's calm, analytical mind sought to unlock the secrets buried in Skyfolds, drifting clouds' ancient technologies that could shift the balance of power. Elara sought Mira out, recognizing that the scholar's knowledge would be vital. Their first meeting was measured and respectful, a meeting of two minds bound by a shared hope to reclaim what was lost. As preparations for the expedition gathered momentum, Elara found herself grappling with the rising tide of doubt and the weight of expectation. On the deck of the Celestial Nomad, beneath a twilight sky streaked with crimson and gold, she stood alone. The wind tugged at her braid, and the distant calls of gull-like skybirds echoed through the cooling air. Around her, the crew moved with nervous energy, loading supplies and securing rigging. The future was uncertain, the dangers immense. But in that moment, Elara felt a spark of something she had long buried beneath guilt and regret: hope. The journey ahead would test every skill, every nerve. The skies of Skyfold were wild and untamed, filled with airborne dangers, shifting borders, and the ever-present threat of betrayal. Yet as the first stars blinked into existence overhead, Elara Voss made a silent vow to face the unknown, to lead, and to reclaim not just lost skylands, but her honor. The celestial nomad shuddered as the engines roared to life, the sails catching the wind's eager embrace. The expedition was underway. As the ship lifted from its mooring, the clouds parted briefly, revealing the vast expanse of the floating continent, endless and inviting, a canvas of air and possibility. The campaign had begun fraught with peril, yet pulsing with the promise of redemption. And somewhere in the shifting shadows of Skyfold, eyes watched and plans stirred, for the skies would not yield their secrets without a fight. The journey into the unknown had only just begun, and Elara's fate, intertwined with the fate of Skyfold itself, hung in the balance. Elara Voss stepped carefully onto the deck of the expedition vessel, her boots thudding softly against the weathered wood. The salty breeze teased the edges of her dark braid, carrying the distant calls of gulls and the rhythmic creaking of rigging swaying in the dusk wind. This was the beginning, the first true breath of a journey that could redeem or forever shatter her name. Her sharp eyes scanned the gathering crew. A tall figure leaned casually against the mainmast, sun-bleached hair wild and a jagged scar running above his left eye. Yorick Thorn, the notorious sky pirate and Elara's reluctant ally, offered a cocky grin that didn't quite reach the guarded glint in his eyes. Not far off, a slender woman with short silver hair adjusted a set of intricate tools with practiced hands. Myra Solon, the expedition's scholar and engineer, radiated calm focus amid the growing tension. Elara's gaze shifted to others. Lena Oris, the communications specialist, her fingers twitching near a console, and Kess Marlowe, the eager young apprentice navigator, eyes wide with a mix of excitement and nerves. The mosaic of faces represented a fragile coalition formed not out of trust, but necessity. The first official gathering was called below deck in the briefing room, a cramped and dimly lit chamber smelling faintly of oil and old paper. The flicker of lanterns cast shadows on the weathered maps pinned to the walls. Elara stood at the head of the table, her voice steady but carrying the weight of unspoken history. "We all have different reasons for joining this expedition," she began, "but our goal is shared, to reclaim the lost skylands and chart the unknown." Garrick's voice cut through the charged silence, brash and unapologetic. "Shared goals don't mean everyone plays nice. Pirates and explorers don't see eye to eye, Elara. You'll need more than words to keep this crew together." A murmur rippled through the room. Elara met his gaze steadily. "I don't expect easy cooperation, but if we don't trust each other, we won't survive the skies out there." Myra stepped forward, her voice calm and analytical. "Ancient technologies lie buried in the clouds. Our discoveries could change everything. We must remain focused." Tensions flared as differing motivations clashed. Yorick challenged the plan's caution, eager for swift action and fortune, while Myra advocated for careful study. Lena tried to mediate, her fingers tapping nervously on the communication console, intercepting snippets of distant signals that hinted at political maneuvering beyond their immediate concern. Elara felt the weight of responsibility pressing down. She recalled the disaster that had destroyed her reputation, a navigational error that had cost lives and trust. Now surrounded by wary allies and potential enemies, she needed to prove her worth, not just to them, but to herself. Later, on deck, under the vast expanse of a deepening twilight sky, Elara and Mira found a moment of quiet amid the bustling preparations. The airship's wooden beams creaked softly, and the scent of oil mingled with the crisp evening breeze. Myra spoke of her hope to unlock the secrets of Skyfold's ancient past, her voice infused with quiet passion. Elara listened, the scholar's calm resolve a balm to her own restless doubts. As night settled, Yarrick stood at the ship's prow, silhouetted against the shifting clouds glowing with distant lightning. The wind tugged at his hair and cloak as he stared into the horizon, lost in thought. Elara approached cautiously, standing beside him in companionable silence. "You think this expedition will change anything?" Yarrick asked finally, breaking the quiet. Elara met his gaze, the tension between them softened by the shared uncertainty. "It has to, for all our sakes." A fragile truce hung in the air, the first step toward the uneasy alliance that would define their perilous journey. Above them, the skies of Skyfold waited, vast, uncharted, and alive with danger and possibility. The gathering clouds promised storms ahead, both in the skies and within the hearts of those who dared to fly among them. But for the first time since her fall, Elara felt a spark of hope ignite within her. The campaign had begun. Elara Voss leaned over a sprawling star chart pinned meticulously to the table, her fingers tracing the faint lines that connected ancient constellations. The chart was worn, its edges frayed from years of handling, but to Elara it was a sacred map, a guide through the vast, uncharted skies of Skyfold. Outside, the first light of dawn seeped through the small porthole, casting a soft golden glow that danced across the creased paper. "You see here, Kess," Elara said, her voice steady but gentle. "This cluster of stars isn't just decoration. Their positions tell us about the shifting currents and air pockets we need to avoid. Navigation isn't just about direction, it's about understanding the sky's language." Kess Marlowe, the young apprentice navigator, leaned in closer, her eyes wide with a mixture of reverence and nervousness. She clutched a worn sextant, an instrument Elara had personally handed her, its metal cool and weighty in her hands. "I thought it was just about following the compass," Kess admitted, her voice barely above a whisper. Elara smiled faintly, the corners of her mouth tightening with a hint of the quiet pride she rarely displayed. "Ah, but a compass only points north. The true challenge is reading the stars, understanding how the winds shift, and predicting what the skies will throw at us next." Behind them, the cabin hummed with the low rumble of the engines. Yarrick Thorne lounged against the bulkhead, his sun-bleached hair tousled, and a mischievous glint in his scarred eye. "You really expect her to memorize all that?" he said with a smirk, his tone teasing but not unkind. "Might be easier to just charge through the skies with guns blazing." Mira Solon, seated nearby and focused on mending a delicate mechanical compass, glanced up briefly. Her silver hair caught the light as she shook her head. "Knowledge is the real weapon," she said quietly. "Without it, even the fiercest guns won't save you." Elara's gaze flicked toward Yarrick, an unspoken challenge lingering between them. His cavalier attitude toward the maps clashed with her meticulous approach, a tension that had become a quiet undercurrent since the expedition began. Yet, she knew Yarrick's bravado masked a deep loyalty to his crew, a loyalty she couldn't afford to ignore. Turning back to Kess, Elara crouched beside her and pointed to a cluster of faint symbols etched into the star chart. "These markings were made by explorers before us. They signify areas of turbulence, but also potential safe harbors hidden among the clouds. If we can decode their meaning fully, it could mean the difference between survival and disaster." Kess nodded, determination replacing her earlier apprehension. "I want to learn everything, Captain. I want to be ready." A subtle warmth spread through Elara's chest. This was why she fought to reclaim her honor, not just for herself, but for the future navigators like Kess, who would follow. Outside, the deck buzzed with activity as the rest of the crew prepared the airships for the coming journey. Ropes were coiled, sails adjusted, and instruments calibrated against the fading twilight. The vibrant hues of orange and purple painted the sky, casting long shadows that flickered across the weathered wood and metal of the fleet. Elara stepped out onto the deck, the cool evening air brushing against her skin. The crew gathered, faces illuminated by the last rays of sunlight, their expressions a blend of excitement and anxiety. She raised her voice, steady and clear, to address them. Tomorrow we chart the unknown. The skies ahead are unforgiving and the dangers are many. But together, with knowledge, courage, and trust, we will reclaim what was lost. This is our campaign, our chance to rewrite the future of Skyfold. A ripple of murmurs passed through the crew, some nodding, others exchanging wary glances. Yorick met her gaze across the crowd, his usual smirk replaced by a rare, sincere nod. It was a fragile truce, but a start. As night settled over the floating continent, the stars emerged, brilliant and unyielding. Elara returned below deck, her mind alive with maps and memories. She placed her hand on the star chart once more, feeling the weight of the past and the promise of the journey ahead. Charting the unknown, she whispered to herself, is more than a skillet, a hope. And with that hope, the expedition took its first true step into the vast, shifting skies of Skyfold, where every star held a secret, and every gust of wind could change fate forever. The night deepened, but inside Elara's cabin, the light of determination burned bright, guiding her, and those who followed, into the heart of the uncharted. The morning sun cast long rays across the floating continent of Skyfold, illuminating the complex dance of rigging, sails, and taut ropes that crisscrossed the assembled fleet. This was the beginning, the first flight into the unknown. The air was crisp, tinged with the scent of ozone and the faint roar of the engines that powered their magnificent airships. Elara's sharp eyes swept across the horizon, where the vast expanse of uncharted skies awaited them. Around her, the crew moved with a mixture of nervous energy and practiced precision. Myra Solon adjusted the intricate instruments in the engineering bay, her slender fingers deftly calibrating the ancient technologies salvaged from forgotten planes. Tauren Vex barked clear commands, his broad shoulders tense as he marshaled the security teams, ever watchful for threats from both sky pirates and the unpredictable elements. Nearby, Kess Marlowe, the young apprentice navigator, fidgeted with star charts, her eyes wide with a blend of excitement and trepidation. Elara took a deep breath, steadying the whirlwind of doubt that churned beneath her calm exterior. The scars of past failures still haunted her, the catastrophic miscalculation that had shattered her reputation. But here, amid the creaking timbers and billowing sails, she found a renewed purpose. This expedition was her chance at redemption, her opportunity to chart a new course for both herself and the floating continent. The fleet began to stir. Ropes were cast off, sails unfurled, and the great airships lurched forward, rising slowly into the sky. The wind whispered through the rigging, carrying the mingled scents of salt and sky. Elara stood at the helm of the Destiny's Grace, her hands steady on the wheel, her eyes fixed on the shifting clouds ahead. All systems nominal, Mira's voice crackled over the comms, calm and precise. Engineering reports stable. Tauren's deep voice followed, security teams ready. Keep your eyes sharp, everyone. Then came Yarick Thorne's unmistakable drawl, laced with bravado. Let's see if these skies have teeth, eh? Elara's gaze flicked toward the rugged figure of Yarrick, his sun-bleached hair tousled by the wind, a roguish grin playing beneath the scar over his left eye. He stood on the deck of his ship, the Raven's Talon, a notorious sky pirate's vessel. His presence was a constant reminder of the uneasy alliance she had brokered. Sky pirates and explorers bound by necessity, but divided by history and trust. "Keep it steady, Yarrick," Elara replied firmly. "We don't need reckless stunts out here." "Reckless?" Yarrick laughed, his voice carrying over the wind. "I call it bold." The tension between caution and daring rippled through the fleet as the ships ascended higher. Unpredictable air currents churned like invisible rivers, tugging and twisting at the sails. The crew scrambled to adjust, their voices rising in coordination and command. Inside the navigation cabin, Elara guided Kes through the complexities of star charts and wind patterns. "Remember, Kes," she said gently, "the sky is ever-changing. You have to read it, not just follow it." Kes nodded, determination shining in her eyes despite the tremor in her hands. "I won't let you down, Captain." Outside, the wind howled as a sudden gust swept through the fleet, tossing the airships with wild abandon. The creak of strained timbers and the snap of ropes filled the air. Torin's voice boomed over the comms, "Brace for turbulence. All hands, secure your positions." Iliara's heart hammered as she fought to keep Destiny's grace steady. The ship lurched violently, sails flapping like thunderous wings. She caught a glimpse of Yarrick's ship veering dangerously close to a roiling cloudbank, his grin replaced by a sharp look of concentration. Yarrick pulled back, Elara commanded, but the defiance in his eyes was unmistakable. The Raven's Talon dipped and swayed, skimming the edge of the storm with reckless precision. The crew held their breath as the ship danced on the knife's edge between danger and mastery. Slowly, the storm passed, leaving the fleet battered but intact. The tension between Elara and Yarrick remained, simmering beneath the surface, but tempered by the shared relief of survival. "Not bad for a first flight," Yarrick said, his voice quieter now. "Maybe you're not as tight as I thought." Elara allowed herself a brief smile. "And maybe you're not as reckless as you like to pretend." As the ship settled into a cautious formation, the vast expanse of Skyfold stretched before them, a realm of shifting borders, hidden dangers, and untold mysteries. The first flight had tested their mettle, their skills, and their fragile alliances, but it was only the beginning. Elara stood at the helm once more, the weight of command settling comfortably on her shoulders. The skies were vast and unforgiving, but so was her resolve. The campaign had begun. Above, the wind whispered secrets only the bold dared to chase, and Elara Voss was ready to listen. The clouds thickened ahead, shadows dancing where light struggled to penetrate. The unknown loomed like a challenge, and Elara's eyes sharpened with determination. Whatever storms awaited, she would face them head-on, for honor, for redemption, and for the future of Skyfold. "All hands," she called softly into the comms, voice steady and resolute, "brace yourselves. The real journey begins now." The fleet surged forward, swallowed by the shifting mists of the uncharted skies, carrying with them hopes, fears, and the fragile bonds of an unlikely crew bound for destiny. And somewhere, far beyond the horizon, the echoes of the lost skylands whispered their ancient call. Elara Voss stood at the helm of the flagship, her sharp eyes narrowing as the first jagged bolts of lightning fractured the sky. The fleet was caught mid-crossing a perilous stretch of uncharted airspace, and the sudden tempest threatened to shred their fragile vessels to pieces. "All hands, brace for impact." Torin Vex's voice boomed through the comms, steady and commanding. His scarred face was set in grim determination as he moved like a shadow across the decks, issuing orders to secure rigging, close hatches, and ready the defenses. The security chief's presence was an anchor amid chaos, his broad shoulders absorbing the storm's wrath as he barked commands that cut through the rising wind. Elara's fingers clenched the polished wood of the wheel, the old maps she so often consulted now useless against the fury of the storm. Her mind raced, memories of past failures threatening to drown her confidence. The catastrophe that had ended her previous career, the miscalculation that had cost lives loomed like a dark cloud within her, but she pushed the ghosts aside. There was no room for doubt now, not with her crew depending on her. The flagship pitched violently as a blast of wind tore at its sails. From the lower deck, the clatter of loose equipment and shouted warnings echoed up to her ears. She caught a glimpse of Yarrick Thorne, standing near the helm of his own vessel, his sun-bleached hair whipped by the gale, eyes blazing with fierce resolve. Though their relationship had been rocky, forged in mistrust and differing ambitions, the storm demanded cooperation beyond personal grudges. Elara, the northern flank is taking heavy buffeting. Mira Solin's voice crackled through the comms. The slender engineer's calm, analytical tone was a rare comfort amidst the storm's cacophony. Structural stress readings are spiking. If we don't adjust our course, the whole fleet could be torn apart. Understood, Elara replied, her voice steady despite the fear knotting her stomach. Yarrick, we need you to lead a flank maneuver to break through the worst of it. Torin, keep the rear secure. Everyone else, stay sharp. The fleet responded like a living organism, shifting and weaving through the turbulent skies. Lightning crackled dangerously close, illuminating the taut faces of crew members scrambling to keep their vessels intact. The air was thick with the scent of ozone and rain, the metallic temps of the ship's hulls mingling with the sharp bite of cold wind. Torin Vex was everywhere at once, his booming voice directing crew to man defensive stations as rogue air creatures, stirred by the storm, swooped in threateningly. His brawny frame was a bulwark against panic, and when a sudden lurch sent one of the smaller ships off course, he was there to coordinate a daring rescue, his scarred hands steadying the panicked pilot. Below deck, Elara found herself retreating to the navigation room, the small, cramped space her sanctuary amid the chaos. Lanterns flickered as rain hammered the thick glass, and the ship groaned under the storm's assault. She unfolded a worn star chart, tracing trembling fingers along constellations she had memorized years ago. The familiar patterns grounded her, but the weight of the expedition pressed down. "You're not alone, you know," a quiet voice interrupted her thoughts. Kess Marlowe, the young apprentice navigator, stood by the doorway, eyes wide but steady. "I believe in you, Elara. We all do." For a moment, the walls of doubt cracked. Elara allowed herself a brief, grateful smile. "Thank you, Kess. We'll get through this together." The storm raged on, but the crew's coordinated efforts began to pay off. The fleet's fragile formations held, the ships cutting through the tempest like blades through silk. When at last the skies began to clear, the exhausted but unbroken crew gathered below decks, the sense of relief mingling with the sting of cold and wet. Yarrick approached Elara, his usual bravado softened by exhaustion. "Not bad for a disgraced navigator," he muttered, offering a rare smile. Elara met his gaze, the tension between them easing. "Not bad for a stubborn pirate either." The moment was brief, but significant, a tacit acknowledgement of trust forged in the crucible of adversity. Torin Vex leaned against a bulkhead, wiping rain from his brow. "We made it through," he said simply, the weight of the fight evident in his voice. But this storm was just the beginning. Elara nodded, the taste of victory tempered by the knowledge of greater challenges to come. The storm had tested their mettle and their unity. Now they would need both to survive the uncharted skies and the shifting political winds threatening Skyfold. As the fleet resumed its course, the clouds parting to reveal a pale blue horizon, Elara allowed herself a moment of hope. The journey was far from over, but for the first time since the disaster that had shattered her past, she felt the stirrings of something stronger than doubt-renewed purpose and the fierce spark of leadership. The skies of Skyfold awaited, vast and unpredictable, and Elara Voss was ready to face them head-on. Elara Voss stood at the helm of the flagship, the wind tugging at her dark braid as her eyes scanned the horizon with practiced intensity. Despite the lingering chill in the air, beads of sweat traced cold paths down her temple. The silence was brittle, the calm before a storm that felt inevitable. "Captain," sensors picking up movement ahead, Lena Oris's voice crackled softly through the comms, breaking the tense quiet. Elara's gaze sharpened. Details. Multiple fast-moving vessels, flying low beneath the clouds, bearing the insignia of Kale's fleet. A cold knot tightened in her stomach. The name Riven Kale was a shadow looming over every decision she'd made since accepting this expedition. His reach extended like tendrils through the floating continent, a dark promise of chaos. And now, his presence was no longer a distant threat. It was here, looming on the wind. "All hands battle stations," Elara ordered, her voice steady despite the surge of adrenaline. Jarek prepared to engage. Jarek Thorn emerged from the shadows of the deckhouse, his sun-bleached hair tousled by the wind, the scar over his left eye betraying a lifetime of violence and survival. He grinned, a flash of reckless confidence in the storm clouds. "Finally, some action," he said, his voice rough but alive with excitement. "Let's show them why they don't mess with us." Elara shot him a glance, half amusement, half warning. "Keep your head. This isn't a game." The fleet shifted formation, the air thick with the scent of oil and ozone as engines hummed and cannons groaned to life. From the murky veil of clouds, the blackened ships of Kale's lieutenant emerged, their jagged sails and sharp hulls cutting through the sky like predatory birds. The pirate ships bore the cruel tattoos of lawlessness, dark leather armor, grim faces marked by scars and tattoos that told stories of battles hard fought and loyalties earned and broken. The first cannonball screamed through the air, shattering the fragile moment and sending a spray of splintered wood and sparks into the wind. The flagship shuddered under the impact, alarms blaring as crews scrambled to contain damage. "Return fire," Jarek shouted, gripping the controls with white-knuckled intensity. His ship danced through the sky, weaving between enemy fire with an agility born of years navigating the most treacherous currents. Elara's heart pounded as she coordinated the defense, issuing orders to the gunners and engineers. Myra Solon was below deck, her slender hands flying over the controls of an ancient defensive mechanism salvaged from a lost sky. The contraption hummed and sparked, casting eerie glows against the bulkheads as it fired energy bursts that cut through the smoky air. Come on, Myra muttered, teeth clenched, as the ship rocked violently. The sounds of battle were a cacophony, crashing wood, shouted commands, the sharp crack of gunfire mingling with the howling wind. On the deck, Tauren Vex moved like a shadow of death. His broad shoulders absorbed the brunt of the skirmish as he led the defense against boarding parties. Steel clashed under the storm-darkened sky, the sharp ring of blades echoing across the decks. His piercing blue eyes burned with fierce determination, every movement a promise to protect his crew at any cost. Elara's gaze met Yarick's through the combs, a silent exchange that spoke volumes. Their partnership was a fragile thread woven from necessity and old grudges. Yet in this moment, amid the chaos and fire, they moved as one, a dance of survival and trust born from shared peril. The skirmish stretched on, each side probing for weaknesses, testing resolve. Finally, with a roar of engines and a coordinated barrage, the pirates were forced to retreat, their ships melting back into the mist from which they had emerged. The fleet was battered but intact. The crew exhaled collectively, the tension momentarily easing as the threat passed. Yet beneath the relief lay the unspoken truth. This was but a prelude to the storm that awaited. Elara stood at the railing, the wind whipping at her coat, her thoughts heavy. The encounter had exposed the brutal realities of the political and martial landscape they faced. World where alliances could shatter in an instant and danger lurked behind every cloud. Yarick approached, his grin faded to something more sober. "They're coming, Elara. Kale's not just hunting, he's hunting us." She nodded, eyes fixed on the horizon where the sun struggled to break through the gathering clouds. "Then we'll be ready. But this time, we fight not just for survival, but for the future of Skyfold itself." As the fleet regrouped and tended to their wounds, the crew felt the weight of their mission settle deeper into their bones. The skirmish had drawn back the veil on the dangers ahead and forged a reluctant unity among them. Yet questions lingered in the charged air. Could Elara and Yarick's uneasy alliance hold against the rising tide? Would the crew withstand the betrayals and battles yet to come? Above, the skies of Skyfold churned. Restless and wild, an unforgiving frontier where shadows of pirates and politics wove a dangerous tapestry. And in the heart of it all, Elara steeled herself for the storm looming just beyond the horizon. The story of the Skyfold campaign was far from over. In the shadows of the clouds, the true battle for the skies was only beginning. Myra Solon stood at the bow, her slender fingers brushing over the shifting mist as if reading a hidden script written in the air itself. The faintest glow pulsed beneath the cloud's surface, a subtle luminescence that only she seemed to notice. Her breath came in shallow gasps of excitement and caution. "Elara," she called softly, her voice barely carrying over the hiss of the wind, "you need to see this." Elara Voss approached with deliberate steps, her practical braid swinging against the worn leather of her jacket. Her sharp eyes, weathered from years of navigating unforgiving skies, scanned the cloudscape with a mixture of skepticism and hope. "What is it, Myra?" she asked, steadying herself against the railing. Myra's gaze was fixed on the ethereal patterns glowing and twisting beneath the swirling mists. "Ancient technology," she whispered. "Not just relics, but active mechanisms buried within these lost skylands." Elara frowned. "How can you be sure? The energy signatures match what I've studied from the old archives." Myra replied, pulling from her satchel a worn codex filled with faded diagrams and notes. "This isn't just static, it's power waiting to be harnessed." The revelation hung heavy in the damp air. For years, the expedition had chased rumors of lost territories, fragments of Skyfolds, forgotten history. Now, the truth shimmered just beneath their fingertips, but with it came the weight of danger and uncertainty. Below deck, the atmosphere was thick with tension. Elara had sensed it creeping in for days, whispers behind closed doors, furtive glances exchanged in shadowed corners. The crew, a blend of explorers, sky pirates, and scholars, was a volatile mix of ambition and desperation. Jarak Thorn leaned against a wooden beam in the common room, his sun-bleached hair tousled and eyes sharp beneath a furrowed brow. His usual confident grin was tempered by an edge of caution. "You think this discovery changes the game?" he asked Mira when she joined them. "It could tip the balance of power," Mira replied, voice low. "But it also makes us targets." Yarek chuckled, masking his unease with bravado. "Targets we've been dodging since the day we set sail." Elara entered the room, the weight of leadership settling on her shoulders like a mantle. "We need to be careful. This technology could be the key to our mission, but also a wedge driving us apart." Tauren Vex stood nearby, his broad frame casting a protective shadow. His piercing blue eyes scanned the crew, always alert, always ready. "I'll tighten security. No one gets close without my say." Elara nodded in silent gratitude. Trust was fragile, and threats could come from without or within. Already, Lena Oris had intercepted troubling signals hinting at rival factions moving against them. That night, Elara retreated to her quarters, the familiar weight of old maps and star charts surrounding her. She traced the routes they had flown, the treacherous currents that challenged them at every turn. Her mind churned with doubt and determination. Could she hold her crew together? Could she trust Yarek, whose past was as shadowed as the skies they traversed? And what of the betrayals she had sensed simmering beneath their surface? Morning brought a harsh wind and a grey sky thick with low clouds. Mira called Elara to the observation deck, where the faint glow beneath the mist pulsed stronger. "It's reacting to our presence," Mira said, her voice a mix of wonder and warning. "We're close." As the airship edged forward, the mists parted like curtains, unveiling an ancient skyland. Its jagged spires rising from the clouds, crowned with relics of forgotten technology, humming with latent energy. The sight was breathtaking and terrifying, but the crew's awe was short-lived. Rumors of dissent turned to open suspicion. Elara caught a whispered conversation between Lena and a shadowy figure in the corridor. Yarek grew restless, his usual charm giving way to terse commands and veiled threats. Ilara's heart pounded with the weight of command. To succeed, she needed to bind her crew with trust, yet the very discovery that could save them now threatened to tear them apart. "We stand on the edge of history," she told them all in the dim light of the ship's hold. "But we must stand together, or we'll fall divided." A silence followed, heavy with unspoken fears and fragile hopes. The wind outside howled like a living thing, carrying secrets on its breath. In the shadows, alliances shifted, and Elara knew the coming days would test every bond, every resolve. The secrets in the wind were no longer whispers, they were a storm gathering strength, ready to break. And as the ship sailed deeper into the unknown, Eliara's gaze lifted to the stars she once trusted so completely. Now they seemed distant, uncertain, but she would navigate the darkness no matter the cost. The chapter closes on Ilara's steady breath mingling with the restless wind, a promise and a warning intertwined in the drifting clouds. The expedition's future and her own redemption hung in the balance, poised on the secrets hidden just beyond the veil of mist. Elara Voss stood motionless, her sharp eyes scanning the decoded messages flickering across the translucent screen before her. Lena Oris, fingers flying over her console, worked tirelessly to intercept and decrypt signals that had been troubling the crew for days. The atmosphere was thick with an unspoken anxiety. Something was wrong, and Elara could feel it gnawing at the edges of the mission she had fought so hard to lead. "Here," Lena whispered, voice barely carrying over the steady drone of the engines. Another transmission, encrypted with a frequency used by Kale's fleet. Someone on board is sending information. Elara's jaw clenched. Her gaze shifted to the gathered crew, their faces lit by the cold glow of the screens. Among them, Yarrick Thorne's rugged features were taut with barely suppressed anger. His sun-bleached hair was tousled from hours spent pacing, and the scar over his left eye seemed to deepen in the dim light. "That traitor," Yarrick growled. "We need to find out who's betraying us now." The room stilled as the weight of his words sank in. Elara knew the stakes. A single leak could unravel everything. The mission to reclaim the lost Skylands was fragile enough without the added threat of internal sabotage. She took a breath, steadying herself. "We can't afford to fracture the crew, but we must act fast. Lena, trace the source. Torin, secure the cargo hold and double the patrols. Mira, prepare the equipment for possible emergency maneuvers." Torin Vex, broad-shouldered and scarred, nodded grimly. His piercing blue eyes swept the room, silently communicating his readiness to defend the crew at any cost. Minutes dragged as Lena's fingers danced across the console. Then, a faint signal pulsed, a hidden transmitter, cleverly concealed within one of the cargo containers. The revelation hit like a thunderclap. Yarrick's voice was low and dangerous as he addressed the gathered crew. "The traitor is among us. No one leaves this ship until we find them." Elara exchanged a look with Yarrick. Their alliance was uneasy, forged from necessity rather than trust, but now it was the only thing standing between the expedition and disaster. They split into pairs, scouring the airship with a keen eye for anything out of place. Ilara's mind raced, questioning every interaction, every glance exchanged. She caught herself watching Kes Marlowe nervously adjusting a stack of charts, then shaking off the doubt. The apprentice navigator had shown nothing but eagerness and loyalty. In the shadowed corridors, Yarrick confronted a crew member rumored to have been acting suspiciously. The tension crackled in the air, the distant roar of shifting winds outside the hull mixing with the sharp edge of Yarrick's voice. "Why are you sending messages to Kale's fleet?" Yarrick demanded, his tone a mixture of fury and disbelief. The man's eyes darted, sweat beading his forehead. I had no choice. They threatened my family. I never wanted to betray the mission." Yarrick's expression hardened, but softened just enough to acknowledge the fear underlying the confession. The betrayal was real, but the reasons behind it were tangled and human. Meanwhile, Mira and Torin worked in tandem to secure vital equipment in the cargo hold. The clank of tools and hurried footsteps punctuated the urgency as they reinforced locks and prepared for any attempt of sabotage. Back on the observation deck, Elara and Yarrick stood side by side, staring out into the swirling clouds that cloaked the floating continent. The Skylands lay just beyond reach, but the storm within their ranks was proving just as perilous as the shifting air currents. "We can't let this break us," Elara said quietly, her voice steady despite the turmoil inside. Yarrick nodded, eyes fixed on the horizon. "For now, we survive, together." The chapter closed on their solemn vow, the air thick with the tension of battles yet to come, both against the external dangers of Skyfold and the internal fractures threatening to tear the expedition apart. As the airship pressed onward into the unknown, every creak and whisper aboard carried the weight of trust betrayed, and the desperate hope for redemption that hung in the balance. The crew had been chasing elusive readings for days, whispers of a lost Skyland, hidden from all maps, a remnant of ages long past. Now, as the swirling fog began to part, a colossal silhouette emerged, crowned with the faint glow of ancient ruins that pulsed with a soft ethereal blue light. There it is, Myra Solon murmured at Elara's side, her voice a mixture of reverence and barely contained excitement. The slender scholar's silver hair caught the dying light, her pale fingers clutching a worn leather notebook filled with sketches and notes on Skyfold's lost technologies. The legends were true. Elara's breath caught. The skyland floated serenely, a vast expanse of crumbled towers and broken walkways suspended by mechanisms that hummed faintly beneath moss and vines. It was a ghost from a forgotten era, a place where the laws of the skies themselves had once been rewritten. "Prepare for descent," Elara ordered, her voice steady despite the rapid beating of her heart. "We don't know what's waiting for us down there." As the fleet of airships descended through the mist, the hum of ancient machinery grew louder, vibrating through the hulls and into the very bones of the crew. The atmosphere was thick with anticipation and unease. Yarek Thorn paced on deck, his sun-bleached hair whipping in the cold wind. Eyes narrowed as he scanned the horizon for any sign of rivals. "This place reeks of trouble," he muttered, fingers tightening around the hilt of his cutlass. "It's not just trouble," Elara replied, her gaze locked on the glowing structures below. "It's opportunity and danger." Once landed on a crumbling platform, the crew disembarked cautiously. Mira immediately set to work examining the ruins, her hands moving deftly over faded glyphs and rusted mechanisms. "This technology, it's unlike anything we've seen. It's the key to controlling the skies, not just surviving them," she explained, eyes shining with the thrill of discovery. Elara watched Mira's careful study, aware that each revelation shifted the mission's stakes. What had begun as a quest to reclaim lost skylands was fast becoming a race for a power that could redefine the entire continent's future. Meanwhile, tensions simmered among the crew. Yorick's mistrust of the expeditions, scholars clashed with Elara's steadfast belief in collaboration. Their voices rose in heated debate beneath the shadow of the ancient spires. "We can't afford divisions," Elara insisted. "If we fracture now, the sky pirates and rival factions will tear us apart." Garrick's scowl deepened, but he nodded grudgingly. "Fine, but if your scholars bring us ruin, I'm not going down without a fight." The uneasy truce was shattered by the crackle of intercepted communications. Lena Orus's voice came sharp and urgent over the comms. "Enemies approaching fast. Mercenaries and sky pirate factions are converging on our position." Tauren Vex, broad-shouldered and battle-hardened, marshaled the security teams. His piercing blue eyes scanned the dense fog that crept along the perimeter of the skyland. "Stay sharp," he commanded, his voice low and steady. "We're not alone down here." As the crew fortified their position, Elara felt the weight of leadership press down with crushing clarity. Each moment here could tip the fragile balance between survival and annihilation. The ancient power beneath their feet held promise, but it also invited chaos. She turned to Myra, whose fingers traced a glowing circuit embedded in the stone floor. "What exactly are we dealing with?" Myra's gaze was distant, haunted. A technology that could control the very air currents themselves. If it falls into the wrong hands, Elara's jaw tightened. "Then we'll make sure it doesn't." The lost Skyland secrets whispered through the ruins like a siren song promising salvation, threatening destruction. And as rival factions closed in, the expedition stood on the precipice of a new era. One where trust would be tested, alliances forged in fire, and every decision could mean the difference between redemption and ruin. Night fell, casting long shadows across the ancient stones. Elara stood watch, the stars above a silent witness to the unfolding storm. Somewhere in the darkness, the echoes of the lost Skyland called out, and she knew this was only the beginning. "Tomorrow," she whispered to the wind, "we fight for more than land. We fight for the future of Skyfold." The crew returned to their ships, the air thick with tension and unspoken fears. As the first light of dawn crept over the horizon, the lost skyland pulsed once more, its ancient heart awakening to the touch of the present. The battle for control and for survival was about to begin. On the deck of the flagship, the air was thick with anticipation and unspoken tension. Torin Vex stood rigid, his broad frame a bulwark against the rising storm. His piercing blue eyes scanned the horizon, sharp and alert, as the salty breeze tugged at his worn coat. Around him, the crew moved with a nervous energy, each aware that the dangers they faced were no longer confined to the unpredictable skies, but crept closer to their fragile sanctuary. Torin's hands tightened around the grip of his weapon, the familiar weight grounding him as a sudden whistle split the air. Bullets sang past, tearing through the crisp atmosphere like angry hornets. Without hesitation, Torin dove behind the railing, muscles coiling as he returned fire. The acrid smell of gunpowder mingled with the briny sea air, while the distant roar of an approaching storm underscored the chaos unfolding on deck. "They're here," a voice hissed nearby. Torin's gaze snapped to the saucer lookout, signaling the presence of bounty hunters. Shadowy figures known for hunting rogue crews across Skyfold. The threat was real and immediate. As the skirmish erupted, the pounding of boots and clashing of metal echoed through the ship's timbers. Torin moved with lethal precision, each strike and parry a testament to his mercenary past. Yet beneath his fierce exterior, a storm of conflicting emotions roiled. Protecting this crew was more than duty. It was redemption for the ghosts that haunted him. Below deck, the atmosphere was equally charged, but in a different way. In the cramped common room, Elara Voss and Yarrick Thorn faced off in a battle of wills. The flickering lantern cast long shadows on their faces, highlighting the tension etched deep into their features. "We can't afford to split the fleet," Elara said sharply, her voice steady but edged with frustration. "Every move we make is watched, every hesitation exploited." Yarrick's sun-bleached hair fell in disarray as he leaned forward, his scarred eye narrowing. "And your caution is going to get us all killed. We need to strike first, hit Kale's allies before they gather strength." The room hummed with the energy of their dispute, a microcosm of the wider fissures threatening the expedition. Around them, crew members exchanged worried glances, caught in the crossfire of leadership and uncertainty. Meanwhile, in the quiet sanctuary of her workshop, Mira Solon was absorbed in her work. Kneeling over a delicate mechanical device, her pale fingers traced ancient symbols with reverence. The soft click of gears and the faint hum of power filled the air, a stark contrast to the turmoil outside. Her discoveries held promise, a beacon of hope amid growing fears. Yet the weight of secrets pressed heavily upon her. The knowledge that unveiling Skyfold's ancient technologies could shift the balance of power irrevocably. The distant rumble of thunder mirrored the brewing storm within the crew, a reminder that knowledge was as dangerous as any enemy. The night deepened, and with it, the dangers multiplied. On the lower decks, a whispered warning alerted Torin to a new threat. Moving swiftly, he intercepted a shadowy figure attempting to harm a vulnerable crewmate. The corridor erupted into a clash of metal and whispered threats, each strike a desperate bid to protect the fragile bonds holding the team together. Torin's past, marked by violence and survival, came rushing back with every blow. The scars he bore were not just skin-deep, but etched into his very soul. Yet in this moment, his loyalty shone brightest, a fierce light against the encroaching darkness. As dawn approached, The fleet lay battered but unbroken. The attack had shaken them, exposing vulnerabilities that could not be ignored. Elara, standing on the bridge, scanned the horizon with renewed resolve. The fissures within the fleet were real and dangerous, but so too was their determination. "We hold together," she vowed quietly, more to herself than anyone else, "or we fall apart." Elara Voss stood at the center, her lean frame silhouetted against the vast expanse of drifting clouds and distant skylands. Below them, the ever-shifting borders of Skyfold writhed like restless tides, each landmass an unclaimed prize and a potential spark for war. Beside her, Yorick Thorn's rugged presence was a stark contrast, sun-bleached hair tousled by the chamber's subtle ventilation, his scarred eye fixed on the gathering of rival faction representatives. The air was thick with unspoken threats and layered promises, the tension palpable enough to taste. "They won't make this easy," Yarek muttered, voice low but laced with resolve. "Every one of them wants more than they're willing to admit." Elara nodded, her sharp eyes flicking over the assembled faces, hardened mercenaries, calculating politicians, and ambitious explorers, all cloaked in the veneer of civility. "Then we make them see the cost of refusal." A polished mahogany table lay between them, an ancient map spread across its surface. The fragile parchment was a relic from a time when Skyfold's skies were less contested, its edges curling with age. Elara's fingers traced the faded lines, mapping the drifting borders that defined their world. Each shift in the map was a reminder that nothing remained constant. Territories claimed today might be lost tomorrow. "The shifting borders are both our challenge and our opportunity," she said softly, eyes meeting Yarek's. "We need alliances, but trust is scarce." Yorick grunted in agreement, folding his arms. "Trust isn't given, it's earned in the skies." Before the talks began, Lena Oris moved quietly to a small console, her fingers dancing with practiced precision. An expert in signal interception, Lena was the crew's unseen guardian, her work critical to navigating the treacherous political waters. As the delegates exchanged opening pleasantries, Lena's face tightened. A coded message blinked on her screen. "Elara," Lena's voice was steady but urgent. "I'm intercepting chatter from the Black Talon faction. They're mobilizing a strike team. They intend to break the truce before dawn." The room seemed to still, the weight of her words settling like a storm cloud. Elara's mind raced. The delicate balance of power was fracturing, and the consequences would ripple across Skyfold. "We need to act," Elara said, her tone resolute. "If the Black Talon breaks this peace, it won't just be a skirmish, it could ignite a full-scale war." Yorick's jaw clenched. "They underestimate how ready we are." Negotiations resumed, but the atmosphere had shifted. Each faction's representative now spoke with sharper edges, their words veiled threats. Elara and Yarek worked in tandem, she with her calm, measured diplomacy, he with his instinctive understanding of the pirate code and power plays. The chamber vibrated softly as airships passed beneath, their engines a constant reminder of the volatile world beyond. Elara caught herself studying Yorick's profile, the way his scar caught the light, the tension in his stance. Despite their differences and the mistrust that had shadowed their alliance, they were bound by a shared goal to navigate the crosswinds of power and protect their crew. Hours passed in a delicate dance of concessions and challenges. Elara's voice remained steady, her resourcefulness tested as she countered veiled ultimatums with reasoned appeals. Garrick's quick wit and unyielding presence flanked her, lending weight to their position. But just as a tentative agreement formed, Lena's fingers flew over the console again. New intel. The strike is imminent. Elara's eyes narrowed. Then we prepare to meet it head-on. The chamber's glass walls shimmered with the light of the setting sun, casting long shadows over the map. The shifting borders of Skyfold mirrored in the uncertain alliances within. The fragile peace they forged today would decide the fate of the skies tomorrow. As the delegates rose, tension crackling like static in the air, Elara exchanged a glance with Yorick. The path ahead was perilous, but together they would face the coming storm. The crosswinds of Skyfold were unforgiving, but they would navigate them or be lost to the skies forever. "Stay sharp," Elara said quietly, as the chamber doors sealed behind the departing factions. Yorick smirked, the shadow of a grin breaking through his usual stoicism. Wouldn't have it any other way. Outside, the skies darkened with the promise of conflict, and the true campaign for Skyfold's future began in earnest. Outside, the clouds churned in a roiling mass of grey and white, as if the heavens themselves were conspiring to swallow the expedition whole. Inside the cramped communications room, Lena Oris sat hunched over her console, the glow of flickering screens casting sharp shadows across her focused face. Her fingers danced over the controls, tuning frequencies, filtering static, listening for anything out of the ordinary. "There," Lena murmured, her breath barely above a whisper as a crackling signal broke through the storm's roar. The encrypted chatter was faint but unmistakable code words and patterns that only a practiced ear could detect. She adjusted the filters, isolating the transmission from the cacophony of atmospheric noise. Incoming transmission masked, but it's definitely hostile. Across the ship, Elara Voss stood at the helm, her sharp eye scanning the swirling clouds through the thick glass viewport. The storm had come faster than predicted, a violent front sweeping across the floating continent of Skyfold, and with it, the veil that would conceal their enemies. Her lean hands clenched the rail, knuckles white, as she felt the familiar surge of adrenaline tempered by the steady discipline that had kept her alive through countless dangers. "Lena," Elara called over the comms, her voice steady despite the tension coiling in her chest. "What are we dealing with?" "Encrypted signals," Lena replied, fingers flying across her console. "Captain Riven Kale's fleet. They're coordinating an ambush. It's coming through the northern currents, hidden inside the storm." Ilara's eyes narrowed. The shifting borders of Skyfold were treacherous, but this was a new level of peril. "Yorick, get to the bridge. We need to be ready for evasive maneuvers. Tauren, mobilize the security teams. We're not going down without a fight." Jarek Thorne appeared moments later, his rugged frame filling the doorway. His sun-bleached hair was damp from the humidity, and the scar over his left eye seemed to deepen under the harsh lighting. "Storm's a hell of a cover," he muttered, gripping the controls. "But I'm not letting Kale catch us off guard." Myra Solon joined them, her slender fingers clutching a datapad projecting faint, flickering glyphs, ancient symbols tied to the very technology that kept the Skylands afloat. "These symbols," she said, eyes wide with a mix of fascination and concern, "could relate to the mechanisms controlling the air currents. If Kale's fleet understands this, the storm becomes a weapon in his hands." Tauren Vex, broad-shouldered and scarred, moved swiftly to his post, barking orders and readying the defense. "No surprises," he growled. "Not on my watch." The celestial wraith lurched as Yarick expertly guided the ship through the turbulent currents, weaving between towering cloud formations that masked the movements of unseen foes. The crew held their breath in tight coordination, every second a test of skill and nerve. Lena's voice crackled over the comms, her updates a lifeline in the swirling chaos. Multiple contacts detected, she warned. They're closing fast, using the storm's cover. Elara's mind raced through scenarios edge, more dangerous than the last. The storm was both shield and trap, a shifting veil that could either save them or doom them all. Trust wavered even within her own crew. The earlier betrayals still cast long shadows, and every signal intercepted felt like another reminder that danger lurked not only outside but within. The battle that awaited was not yet visible, but the tension was palpable. The celestial wraith sliced through the storm's heart, a fragile beacon of hope amid the tempest. Elara squared her shoulders, the weight of leadership settling firmly on her. "Hold steady," she commanded. "We face the storm and whatever hides within it together." Outside, lightning flashed, illuminating the swirling clouds like ghostly specters. Somewhere beyond the veil, the enemy waited. Inside the ship, hearts beat fast, minds sharpened. The veil of clouds was no longer just a natural phenomenon, was the battlefield itself, a shifting arena where trust, courage, and quick thinking would determine who survived the skies of Skyfold. And as the first shadowy shapes emerged through the mist, the campaign surged forward into its most perilous chapter yet. Her sharp eyes scanned the star charts spread before her, fingers tracing the intricate patterns of constellations that had once guided her with unwavering certainty. Tonight, however, the stars seemed clouded, their familiar glow refracted by the weight of doubt pressing against her chest. The narrow beams of flickering lanterns cast shifting shadows across the room, mirroring the shadows of uncertainty that had taken root within her. Outside, the restless winds of Skyfold whispered against the hull, a constant reminder of the volatile skies they had chosen to navigate. The air was thick with anticipation and unease, a tension that had settled over the crew like a gathering storm. Elara's mind replayed the recent setbacks, the whispered suspicions, the betrayals that had frayed the fragile bonds holding the expedition together. Her leadership, once unchallenged, now stood at a precarious edge, threatened by the very people she had brought together. The door creaked open abruptly, the sharp clatter of boots on the metal floor cutting through the stillness. Yarrick Thorne stepped into the room, his sun-bleached hair tousled from the ever-present wind, eyes blazing with a restless fire that refused to be dimmed. His rugged features were set in a scowl, the familiar scar over his left eye deepening as he took in the charts and maps that lay scattered across the table. "You're moving too slow, Voss," Yarrick said, his voice rough with frustration. "The skies don't wait for careful plans. We need action, not hesitation." Elara met his gaze steadily, though inwardly she felt the sting of his words. "Rushing headlong into danger won't save us, Yarrick. We need precision, not recklessness." The tension between them crackled, thick and unyielding. Their words, sharp as the jagged edges of the skylands they sought to reclaim, filled the cramped space with a palpable energy. For a moment, the room seemed to shrink, the gulf between their leadership styles stretching wide and threatening to split the expedition apart. "You think I don't know what I'm doing?" Yarrick challenged, stepping closer, the heat of his presence almost tangible. "I've flown through storms that would tear your maps to shreds. I'm not here to babysit a broken navigator." Illyra's jaw tightened. "I'm not broken. I'm cautious because I've seen what happens when we're not." Their eyes locked, the unspoken history between them simmering beneath the surface, a blend of respect, rivalry, and a fragile trust neither was ready to fully acknowledge. The argument broke abruptly as Myra Solin entered quietly, her slender frame silhouetted against the faint glow of the corridor. Her pale skin seemed almost luminescent in the low light, and the intricate tools she carried clinked softly with each step. Mira's calm presence cut through the charged atmosphere. Perhaps we're focusing too much on the divide, she suggested gently. There's still much we don't understand about the lost sky. I've been examining some of the recent data, and there are patterns that might offer us an advantage. We combine careful navigation with bold action. Elara glanced at Mira, the scholar's steady gaze offering a balm to her frayed nerves. What have you found? Mira moved to the table, spreading out a series of delicate diagrams and star maps over the worn surface. These readings suggest ancient technologies embedded within the cloud's devices that could stabilize air currents or even shift territorial boundaries. If we can harness this knowledge, it might change everything. Garrick's scowl softened as he leaned in, the tension momentarily easing. Sounds like the edge we need. Elara allowed herself a small nod, the fragile seed of hope taking root. Yet beneath it all, the storm of challenges loomed, large betrayals yet to be uncovered. Political tensions simmering like distant thunder, and the ever-present threat of Captain Rivencale's fleet. Later that night, under the vast canopy of stars, Elara found herself on the upper deck, the cool night air brushing against her skin. The endless expanse of Skyfold stretched around her, clouds swirling like ghosts in the moonlight. She heard footsteps behind her and turned to see Yarek approaching, his usual bravado tempered by a rare quietness. "You're not alone in this," he said quietly, breaking the silence. "I may be brash, but I trust you, Elara, more than I thought I would." Elara met his gaze, her own vulnerability laid bare in the moon's pale glow. "I've been afraid to trust, to let go of the past. But maybe it's time to stop fighting the storm inside and face it together." Garrick smiled faintly, a gesture that held the promise of a new alliance forged in the heart of the tempest. The swirling clouds around them seemed to pause, as if the skies themselves held their breath. As the chapter drew to a close, the expedition's leaders stood side by side, watching the shifting horizons. The edge of trust was thin, but it was enough to carry them forward into the unknown, into danger, and, perhaps, into redemption. But the skies of Skyfold were unforgiving, and the coming days would test that trust in ways neither could yet imagine. The storm was gathering, and there was no turning back. The tension between caution and daring, between past regrets and future hopes, had reached a breaking point. Yet beneath the surface, a fragile alliance had begun to take shape, one that might just be strong enough to withstand the chaos to come. The edge of trust was razor thin, and on it, the fate of Skyfold balanced precariously. What would happen when that trust was pushed to its limits? The answer awaited them in the skies ahead. Elara Voss stood at the edge of the clearing, her sharp eyes scanning the fractured stones and cryptic carvings that told stories older than any map could capture. The air was cool and thick with the scent of damp moss and mineral dust. A silence broken only by the faint hum of wind threading through forgotten corridors. Myra Solon moved with practiced grace to the center of the ruins, her slender fingers brushing aside layers of dust and lichen to reveal a metallic panel embedded flush with the cracked stone floor. The panel bore intricate glyphs, their lines intertwining like veins of ancient energy. Myra's silver hair caught the dim light as she knelt, the tools at her belt clinking softly as she worked to decipher the symbols. "This isn't just a relic," Mira murmured, her voice barely above a breath. "It's a mechanism, dormant but alive." Elara stepped closer, her heart tightening with a mixture of awe and unease. "Alive? How?" Myra's eyes shimmered with the reflection of the glyphs. "There's a power here, beneath the surface. It's been waiting, silent, for centuries. I can feel it pulsing beneath my fingertips. If we can unlock it, it could change everything." Jarek Tornes' voice cut across the clearing, rough and skeptical. Or it could kill us all. Torin Vex stood nearby, his broad frame tense eyes scanning the mist-shrouded horizon like a predator sensing unseen threats. We don't know what we're dealing with. We have to be cautious. Elara nodded, feeling the weight of leadership settle heavier than ever. This was no longer just a mission to reclaim lost territory. It was a gamble with forces far older and more dangerous than any rival captain or political faction. Back aboard the flagship, the cramped lab was a hive of quiet activity. Mira spread the artifacts and star charts across the worn table, the flickering lantern light casting long shadows on the walls. The crew gathered around, a hush falling over them as Mira laid out her findings. These fragments are part of a larger system, she explained, pointing to the patterns that matched the glyphs on the panel. It's advanced technology, far beyond anything we've encountered. It's designed to manipulate the very sky's currents, gravity, even the shifting borders of Skyfold itself. Ilara's fingers drummed lightly on the table. If that's true, it could give us control over the contested skylands. But at what cost? Myra's gaze was steady but somber. Activating it could destabilize the region, or worse, trigger ancient defenses we don't understand. Yarek paced near the doorway, the tension in his posture unmistakable. We've faced sky pirates and storms, but this is different. This is a gamble with the unknown. Torin's voice was low, almost a growl. We protect the crew at all costs. If this technology threatens that, we destroy it. The night deepened outside, thick clouds swirling like restless spirits around the floating continent. On the deck, Yarek and Torin stood side by side, the vast expanse of shifting skies stretching endlessly before them. The creak of rigging and distant thunder underscored the fragile calm, a reminder that danger lurked both in the air and within their own ranks. Elara joined them, her gaze fixed on the horizon where the sky met the clouds in a seamless, silent boundary. We have to decide what kind of future we want for Skyfold, she said quietly. One ruled by fear and control, or one shaped by hope and discovery. As twilight bled into night, the crew gathered around a flickering campfire on the edge of the skyland. The flames danced, casting flickering shadows across faces etched with resolve and doubt. Mira broke the silence, her voice steady but heavy with the weight of her revelation. The secrets we've uncovered could bring power to those willing to claim it, but they could also unleash destruction we cannot imagine. We stand at the crossroads, and the choices we make here will echo across the skies for generations. Elara met the eyes of her crew, feeling the pulse of hope and fear intertwined. The silent horizons ahead held promise and peril in equal measure. Their expedition was no longer just a campaign for lost lands. It was a journey into the heart of an ancient mystery that would test their courage, their trust, and the very fate of Skyfold itself. The wind whispered through the ruins, carrying with it a faint hum of awakening. Somewhere in the depths below, the ancient mechanism stirred, waiting for the moment when the past and future would collide. And Elara knew that moment was fast approaching. The skies held their breath. Maps lay sprawled across the broad wooden table, their edges curling from hours of use. Elara Voss stood over them, her sharp eyes tracing the trembling lines that marked the shifting borders of Skyfold's contested skylands. Around her, voices rose and fell in heated debate. The disparate members of her crew and their uneasy allies each pushing their own agendas like gusts of a restless wind. Garrick Thorne's voice cut through the din, brash and loud as always. We can't keep dancing around these factions, Elara. They'll bleed us dry if we don't take a stand. He leaned heavily against the table, his sun-bleached hair catching the flickering lamplight. The scar above his left eye a silent testament to battles fought and survived. Elara met his gaze steadily, and rushing into open conflict will only fracture what little unity we have. We need leverage, not recklessness. Her voice was calm, but carried the weight of command, a stark contrast to Yorick's fiery impatience. Mira Solon, standing quietly to one side, adjusted a delicate instrument that hummed softly, a relic recovered from one of the lost lands. Her pale fingers moved with practiced precision, calibrating the device to detect shifts in the atmospheric currents that could reveal hidden strongholds or approaching fleets. "The ancient technologies we've uncovered could tip the balance," she said softly, "but only if we keep the expedition intact long enough to use them." Tauren Vex paced the room's perimeter, his broad shoulders casting long shadows. His piercing blue eyes scanned every face, every gesture, searching for signs of dissent or danger. "We're vulnerable," he murmured, voice low and tense. "The factions don't just want Skylands, they want us broken." Elara swallowed hard. Her own doubts gnawed at her memories of past mistakes, of lives lost under her command. Yet here, amid the swirling chaos of political intrigue and shifting allegiances, she found a flicker of resolve. This was her chance to reclaim not only the Skylands, but her honor. The meeting stretched on, alliances proposed and rejected in rapid succession. Some offered support with strings attached. Others openly plotted to undermine the expedition. Lena Oris, stationed near the communications console, intercepted whispered transmissions, tangled web of encrypted messages hinting at betrayals yet to unfold. Yorick's frustration boiled over during one particularly heated exchange. "We need to act, not just talk. These factions respect strength, not paper treaties." He slammed a fist on the table, the sound echoing like thunder. Elara met his intensity with quiet steel. "Strength without strategy is folly. We're fighting for more than territory. We're fighting for the survival of Skyfold itself." Outside, the floating continent shifted beneath them, clouds swirling like restless spirits. Borders redrawn by unseen hands threatened to collapse hard-won gains. Every decision Elara made rippled through the fragile network of alliances, risking everything the expedition had built. Late into the night, as the crew retired and the lamps dimmed to soft glows, Elara stood alone at the deck's railing. The wind tugged at her braid, carrying the distant rumble of thunder and the faint cries of sky pirates far below. Garrick joined her quietly, the usual bravado replaced by a rare solemnity. "We'll need each other," he said, voice low, "no matter how much we want to deny it." Elara nodded slowly, the weight of leadership settling over her like the heavy clouds above. Trust was a fragile thing in the lawless skies of Skyfold, but without it, they would all fall. As the first light of dawn painted the horizon with streaks of blood red and gold, the expedition braced itself for the storms ahead, both in the skies and in the hearts of those who called them home. The shifting alliances were more than political maneuvering. They were a crucible that would forge or shatter the future of Skyfold. And Elara Voss, once a fallen star, now stood at the center of it all, ready to face whatever came next. The wind whispered promises and threats alike, carrying the fragile hope of a new era, if only they could survive long enough to claim it. Elara Voss stood at the helm of the flagship, the wind hammering against her face and rain stinging her skin like shards of glass. The familiar constellations she had relied on for years were swallowed whole by the swirling tempest. replaced by a chaotic dance of thunder and lightning that illuminated the turbulent clouds with a stark, ghostly light. All hands brace for impact. Elara's voice cut through the howling storm, firm despite the tremor of adrenaline surging through her veins. Around her, the crew scrambled to secure the rigging and reinforce the hull, their faces set with grim determination beneath drenched hoods and slick leathers. Yarick Thorn's ship was a few hundred meters to starboard, caught in the same maelstrom. Elara's gaze flicked to his silhouette, barely visible against the darkened sky, his tall, rugged frame leaning into the gusts as he fought to keep his vessel steady. His usual cocky grin was replaced by a grimace of concentration, the scar over his left eye gleaming wetly in the intermittent flashes of lightning. "This storm's a beast," Yarick's voice crackled over the calm, rough with static and tension. "But we'll break her if we have to." "Stay sharp," Elara replied, her fingers tightening around the worn wheel. "Scatter formation. We can't risk the whole fleet getting torn apart." The order sent ripples of anxiety through the scattered ships, but it was the only choice. The fleet began to peel away, each vessel seeking shelter in the fractured air currents, their paths twisting unpredictably through the storm's violent grasp. Communication lines sputtered and died under the tempest's assault, leaving crews isolated and vulnerable. Below deck, Mira Solin's world was a narrow corridor of flickering lights and humming machinery. The storm battered the hull with relentless fury, every shudder and creak a reminder of the fragile barrier between them and the abyss. Her slender fingers danced over controls, rerouting power to stabilize the faltering engines. Sweat mingled with rain that seeped through weakened seals, tracing cold paths down her pale skin. "Come on, old girl," Mira muttered, voice tight with urgency. "Hold together a little longer." Outside, the roar of the storm swallowed every other sound, save for the desperate calls of crew members and the occasional crack of thunder that rattled bones and hearts alike. Elara's mind raced through contingencies, the weight of responsibility heavy but steady. This was more than a test of skill, it was a crucible of endurance and will. Torin Vex stood on the deck, rain hammering his broad shoulders, muscles coiled and ready. His piercing blue eyes scanned the horizon, every sense alert for danger beyond the storm's fury. The storm had scattered them, but threats still lurked in the shifting shadow sky pirates, mercenaries, or worse. His grip tightened on the rail, a silent vow to protect his crew no matter the cost. "Keep your eyes open," Torin growled to the nearest sentry. "We're not alone out here." Farther away, Kesmarlo fought panic as her apprentice navigator's hands trembled over her instruments. The storm was a brutal teacher, and every moment stretched thin between terror and resolve. Ilara's earlier lessons echoed in her mind: trust the stars, trust yourself. But tonight, the stars were hidden, swallowed by the violent breath of the tempest. As hours dragged on, the scattered ships struggled against the storm's relentless onslaught. Some barely held together, while others vanished into the churning clouds, swallowed by the merciless sky. Each crew faced their own battles against the elements, against fear, and sometimes against the darker impulses that surfaced in isolation. Elara's thoughts returned to her crew, to the fragile alliances forged in the calm before the storm. The tempest had tested their unity, tearing at the seams of trust and camaraderie. Yet beneath the chaos, a quiet resilience stirred a stubborn spark that refused to be extinguished. In a brief lull, Elara reached for her communicator, voice steady despite the storm's fury. "Status report. Everyone sound off." Static answered. Then one by one, familiar voices filtered through Yarick's gruff tone. Mira's calm determination, Torin's unwavering resolve, Lena's clear signals, and finally Kess's tentative but hopeful reply. They were battered, scattered, but alive. "We'll regroup at the eastern ridge," Elara ordered, a plan forming with the clarity born of necessity. "We're not finished yet, not by a long shot." The storm raged on, but so did the fleet, fractured but unbroken, driven by the fierce will of those who dared to chart the unknown skies. And as the clouds slowly began to thin, a new dawn hinted on the horizon, fragile and uncertain, yet filled with the promise of survival and hope. But the stormbreak had changed them all. Bonds would be tested anew, secrets would surface, and leadership would demand sacrifices yet unseen. Elara knew the road ahead was perilous, but for the first time in a long while, she felt the steady pulse of hope beneath the tempest's rage. The skies of Skyfold awaited, vast and untamed, and so did the challenges yet to come. Elara stood at the helm of the flagship, eyes scanning the roiling clouds where the enemy ships sliced through the sky like a ravenous flock of crows. The dusk bled into shades of purple and grey, punctuated by jagged flashes of lightning that illuminated the tension etched on every crew member's face. Tauren Vex gripped the railing beside her, muscles taut and jaw clenched, ready to spring into action the moment the battle commenced. Yarick Thorne's figure was a stark contrast to the controlled composure of Elara. At the prow of his battered but swift airship, the wind whipped his sun-bleached hair into a wild halo. His scarred visage was set, eyes burning with a mixture of anger and reluctant resolve. The approaching flagship of Captain Riven Kale cut through the mist like a ghost of a past Yarick had tried hard to forget. Their history was etched in every line on Yarick's face, a bitter past of rivalry, betrayal, and hard-fought survival. As Kale's fleet drew nearer, the sharp crackle of communication lines buzzed through the ship. Lena Orris's voice was steady, though urgency crept beneath her tone. Enemy fleet closing fast. Multiple airships approaching from the northeast vector. Estimated time to engagement, less than 5 minutes. Elara nodded, her fingers tightening around the controls. She glanced at Myra Solon, who stood amid a cluster of star charts and ancient schematics sprawled across a makeshift table. Myra's pale eyes gleamed in the dim light as she traced lines on the maps. "The skyland below has dormant defense mechanisms," Myra explained. "If we can activate the ancient turbines embedded in the floating rocks, we might generate a defensive shield strong enough to repel boarding parties and heavy bombardment." Tauren's deep voice cut through the room. "We'll need to hold the perimeter until that shield activates. Expect Kale's forces to target our weakest points first." Elara gave a curt nod. "All hands to battle stations. Yarick, I need you to keep Kale distracted. Draw his attention and buy us time." Yarick's glare was sharp but respectful. "I'll give him a fight he won't forget." The first cannon fire shattered the fragile calm, booming like thunderclaps across the skies. Fireballs arced between the battling airships, igniting wooden hulls and sending shards of splintered deck raining down. The deck shook violently beneath Ilara's feet as a salvo from Kale's flagship struck alarmingly close. Yorick's ship surged forward, weaving through enemy fire with reckless precision. His voice cracked over the comms, sharp and biting. "Kale, you're chasing ghosts. This skyland won't be yours while I breathe." Kale's voice responded, cold and unyielding. "Yarick, your loyalty is misplaced. This continent belongs to those who seize it." Their ships collided in a whirl of smoke, sparks, and the clash of steel as boarding parties exchanged brutal combat. Yarick's fist met the jaw of a mercenary, the fight a desperate dance of survival and old grudges. Meanwhile, Mira's hands flew over the controls, coaxing the ancient technology to life. The turbines hummed, a low thrumming that grew into a protective barrier enveloping the skyland in a shimmering dome. Cheers erupted from the crew, fueling their morale amidst the chaos. Torin led defensive squads, his commanding voice cutting through the din. Hold the line, protect the turbines at all costs. Elara's thoughts raced. This gambit by Kale was not just a battle for territory, but a challenge to the fragile hope they had built. Every decision, every inch of sky they held, was a step toward redemption or ruin. As the battle raged, Elara felt the weight of her past mistakes pressed down, but also the fierce determination of her crew lifting her spirit. The sky was a battlefield, but within it flew the promise of a new dawn for Skyfold. The once clear skies of Skyfold had darkened into a war-torn battlefield. Streaks of fiery cannon fire carved dangerous arcs through the shifting mists, illuminating the jagged silhouettes of rival airships that darted like shadows amid the drifting skylands. Beside her, Yorick Thorn gripped the controls with a fierce intensity, his sun-bleached hair whipped by the turbulent winds battering their battered vessel. "They're closing in fast," he growled, voice tight with tension. "Kale's fleet isn't playing for scraps. They want everything." Ilaros' jaw tightened. She could feel the weight of every eye on her, every life aboard the fleet depending on her decisions. The past failures that haunted her threatened to rise, but she shoved them aside, focusing on the present with ruthless clarity. "Hold steady," she commanded, her voice cutting through the cacophony like a blade. "Prepare the star cannon storing. Get your team ready for boarding defense. Myra, how's the engine?" Below deck, the hum of ancient machinery flickered uncertainly, the strain of battle taxing every system. Myra Solan's slender fingers moved deftly over a tangle of wires and glowing runes etched into the ship's core. "We're holding, but the damage is spreading. I'll need time to reroute power." Time was a luxury they did not have. Above, the enemy fleet surged forward like a swarm, led by the imposing figure of Captain Riven Kale. His cold grey eyes gleamed with ruthless purpose as his mechanical arm clenched around the controls of his flagship. His forces pressed the attack with brutal precision, intent on crushing any resistance. Explosions rocked the air as cannonballs slammed into the hulls of the expedition's ships. The sky was alive with the roar of engines, the clash of steel, and shouted orders. Amid the chaos, Torin Vex stood at the ready, his broad frame silhouetted against the fiery backdrop. Scarred and unwavering, he barked commands to the security teams, his rifle spitting deadly bursts at boarding parties attempting to breach the decks. The first wave of pirates slammed against the expedition's defenses, sparks flying as blades met metal, and cries of pain mingled with battle cries. Torin's voice rose above the melee, a rallying call that steadied the nerves of even the most shaken crew members. Ilara's heart pounded as she monitored the shifting tides of battle. Her mind raced through star charts and tactical maps, calculating maneuvers to outwit their foes. "Yorick, take us through the canyon now," she ordered. The ship lurched sharply as Yorick twisted the helm, guiding them through a narrow passage between jagged, floating rocks. The walls closed in like the teeth of a beast, but the pirate ships were relentless, engines howling as they pursued with deadly intent. The air grew thick with tension and the scent of burning fuel. Elara's breath came fast, but she maintained a calm exterior, knowing that panic would be contagious. "Keep your focus," she urged the crew over the comms. "We survive this, or we don't survive at all." As they pushed deeper into the canyon, Mira's voice crackled through the comms. "I've rerouted power to the star cannons, ready to fire on your command." Elara hesitated only a moment before nodding. "Fire when ready." A thunderous volley erupted, the star cannons blazing with brilliant light. The enemy ships faltered, caught in the unexpected crossfire. Explosions bloomed across the sky, sending shards of twisted metal raining down like deadly hail. Yarek's face broke into a grim smile. That's the kind of fire I like. But the battle was far from over. Kael's flagship, imposing and relentless, pressed forward with renewed fury. Elara knew this confrontation was the crucible that would define their fate. As the skirmish raged, Elara caught a glimpse of something deeper in the conflict beyond the tactical maneuvers and fiery exchanges. She saw the fierce loyalty in Tauren's steadfast defense, the spark of hope in Myra's determined hands, even the reluctant trust slowly building between herself and Yarek. Amid the fires in the sky, the expedition was forging a fragile unity that might yet withstand the storm. But the cost was steep. Damage was mounting, casualties rising. The weight of leadership pressed heavy on Elara's shoulders, her mind haunted by the ghosts of past mistakes. Could she guide her crew through the tempest and secure the future of Skyfold? The next move would decide everything. All hands, brace for boarding. Tauren's voice cut through the chaos, sharp and commanding. The enemy was close, too close. Elara squared her shoulders, ready to face whatever came next. Hold the line, she murmured, for Skyfold, for all of us. As the first boarding grapples latched onto the hull, the skies around them ignited with the fury of battle, a blazing testament to courage and desperation entwined. And somewhere in the storm, Captain Riven Kael watched, calculating his final play. The fires in the sky were far from extinguished. Steady, steady, Yarek shouted as he wrestled the controls, weaving through jagged rock spires that threatened to rip their ship apart. The roar of pursuing engines thundered behind them, close enough to taste the desperation and fury on the wind. The scent of burnt gunpowder and scorching metal stung his nostrils. "I'm counting on you," Elara said, voice low but firm. "Hold us together." A sudden blast rocked the ship, throwing them off course. Alarms blared. A jagged tear appeared along the starboard hull. Sparks cascaded from exposed wiring, and the ship shuddered violently. "Damage report," Elara barked. "Hull breach in Sector 5, Mira replied, her voice steady despite the chaos. "Patching now, but it won't hold long without repairs." Gorick cursed under his breath, muscles taut as he fought the controls. "We can't outrun them forever. We need a plan." "We fight," Elara answered, eyes blazing with resolve. "All or nothing." The ship shuddered again as another volley struck. Through the haze of smoke and fire, Tauren's steady voice rang out, organizing the deck defenses. The clang of metal on metal, the shouts of combat, and the crackle of energy weapons filled the air. Elara took a deep breath, feeling the weight of every life aboard. "Ready the star cannons," she ordered. "When I give the word." Seconds stretched, each one a lifetime. Then, with a fierce cry, the first volley blazed forth, lighting the sky with burning trails. Explosions rocked the enemy fleet, scattering ships and buying precious moments. "Keep pushing," Yarek urged, adrenaline surging. Amid the chaos, Elara's thoughts flickered to the faces of her crew. One, a story, a hope, a future she was determined to protect. The battle was far from over, but in this crucible of fire and sky, they had found their strength. And the skies of Skyfold would never be the same again. Elara coming from starboard. Lena Oris's urgent voice crackled through the comlink. Elara pivoted, eyes narrowing as she spotted a sleek enemy fighter breaking through the clouds, weapons blazing. Evasive maneuvers, she shouted. Yarrick twisted the helm sharply, the ship banking hard as the enemy's salvo streaked past, tearing a gash through the aft sail. That was too close, Yarrick muttered, wiping sweat from his brow. We can't afford close calls, Elara replied grimly. Prepare counterattack. Below decks, Mira's hands flew over instruments, rerouting power to shields and weapons. The hum of the ancient engine surged with renewed vigor. Power levels stabilizing, she reported, but we're running on reserves. Torin's squad repelled another boarding attempt, his fierce commands echoing over the rumble of combat. Blood and sweat streaked his face as he fought with grim determination. Elara's gaze swept over the battle-worn faces of her crew. Despite exhaustion and fear, their resolve burned bright. Hold fast, she whispered to herself. This is our fight. The fires in the sky raged on, but so did the unyielding spirit of those who dared to chart the unknown. And in the heart of the storm, Elara Voss stood unbroken, a beacon of hope against the encroaching darkness. As the last embers of the skirmish faded into the drifting clouds, the fleet limped toward a tenuous sanctuary among the floating isles. Damage was extensive, losses were felt deeply, but the spirit of the expedition endured, tempered like steel forged in fire. Elara stood on the deck, eyes fixed on the horizon where dawn threatened to break the storm. The battle had tested her in ways she had feared, but it had also revealed her strength and that of her crew. Yarrick approached, his usual bravado softened by exhaustion. Not bad for a disgraced navigator, he said with a half smile. Elara returned the smile, fragile but genuine, not bad at all. The fires in the sky had not been extinguished, and neither had the fight for Skyfold's future. But together, amid the shifting clouds and shifting borders, they would face whatever came next. For the skies belonged to those brave enough to claim them, and Elara Voss was ready to lead them there. The storm outside was relentless, a swirling mass of grey and black that cloaked the floating continent of Skyfold in a veil of uncertainty. Inside, the world was still, save for the slow, steady rhythm of Elara's breath and the occasional creak of the ship's timbers adjusting to the turbulent air currents. Her fingers traced the delicate lines of an old star chart spread across the table before her. The parchment was yellowed with age, edges frayed, and the ink faded in places. But to Elara, it was a lifeline and echo of a time when her skill as a navigator had been unmatched, when the stars had seemed to guide her with unwavering certainty. Now, that certainty felt like a distant memory, buried beneath layers of regret and self-doubt. A shadow fell across the map, and Elara looked up to see Yarrick Thorn stepping into the cabin. His tall, rugged frame filled the doorway, the scar over his left eye catching the lantern light. Despite the tension that often crackled between them, his gaze was softer than usual. "You're still here," he said quietly, closing the door behind him. "Storm's too fierce to be out flying." Elara forced a smile, though it didn't quite reach her eyes. Some things don't wait for clear skies. Yarrick moved closer, leaning against the table. "You've been quiet since we left the last port." She hesitated, then nodded. "There's a weight I carry, Yarrick, one that's been with me since before this expedition began." He was silent, waiting. Her mind drifted back to that fateful mission, her last expedition before disgrace had forced her from her post. The memory struck like a sudden gale, vivid and relentless. The airship had been caught in a violent storm, the currents shifting like living things. Her calculations had faltered. A misread star, a fraction of a degree off, and the ship had plummeted toward the jagged rocks of a lost skyland. The screams of the crew, the crack of splintering wood, and the crushing weight of failure pressed down on her then as they did now. "I lost them," she whispered, eyes fixed on a darkened corner of the cabin. "My mistake cost lives." Sharik's expression softened, the usual bravado replaced by something more genuine. "You carry that with you, but it doesn't have to define you." Before she could respond, the soft chime of the communication console interrupted them. Myra Solan's voice crackled through, calm and steady over the static. "Elara, I've been analyzing the data from the last scan. There's something you need to see." The scholar's presence always brought a sense of clarity, a reminder of the mission's greater purpose. Elara rose, smoothing her worn coat as she followed Yorick toward the bridge. Myra stood over the glowing console, her silver hair catching the light like strands of moonbeam. Her slender fingers danced over the controls, revealing images of ancient Skyland technology buried beneath layers of cloud and time. The artifacts shimmered on the display, complex mechanisms that hinted at power beyond their understanding. "This changes everything," Mira said softly. "If we can unlock even a fraction of this technology, the balance of power in Skyfold could shift dramatically." Elira's gaze hardened with renewed determination. "Then we have no choice but to succeed." The storm raged outside, but inside, a quiet resolve settled over the crew. The past whispered its doubts, but Elara was learning to listen without being consumed. The skies were still treacherous, the dangers real, but for the first time in a long while, hope felt tangible. As the ship sailed onward into the unknown, Elara Voss embraced the weight of her history not as a shackle, but as the foundation upon which she would build her redemption. And the campaign was far from over. From the deck of the flagship, Elara Voss surveyed the sprawling fleet anchored near the contested borderlands, her sharp eyes tracing the jagged edges where claimed airspace blurred into unclaimed skies. The golden light of a late afternoon sun filtered through the drifting mists, casting elongated shadows that seemed to reach for the shifting horizon. The hum of engines and the soft creak of rigging filled the air, underscored by the distant crackle of radio transmissions, a reminder that beneath this fragile calm, tensions simmered perilously close to boiling. Elara's fingers curled tightly around the railing as she absorbed the weight of responsibility resting on her shoulders. The reclaimed Skylands were more than just territory. They were symbols of hope, redemption, and the promise of a new order amid the chaos of Skyfold's lawless frontiers. But the shifting borders invited equally shifting dangers. Rival factions lurked in the periphery, their ambitions cloaked in diplomacy but sharpened by unspoken threats. Inside the flagship's war room, a cramped space lined with aged maps and humming instruments, Mira Solan adjusted her spectacles, her slender fingers tracing the ancient boundary lines that had once defined Skyfold's fragmented territories. "These borders," Mira murmured, "are more fluid than we anticipated. The current shift not just the islands, but the claims upon them." Torin Vex stood sentinel by the door, his broad shoulders tense beneath the dim light, blue eyes piercing the gloom for any sign of intrusion. His gruff voice broke the heavy silence. "We can't hold these lands with diplomacy alone. We need strength and readiness." Yorick Thorne leaned forward over the table, his sun-bleached hair falling into his eyes, the scar above his left eye twitching as he spoke. "Strength without alliances is a suicide pact. We need to play this smart. Let them see we're willing to parley but ready to fight." Elara nodded, absorbing their counsel. Her own doubts gnawed at the edges of her resolve, but she understood that leadership demanded a careful balance between caution and decisiveness. "We'll open communications with the rival factions. Let them know we respect their claims where they are legitimate, but we won't back down on what we've reclaimed. As the fleet maintained cautious patrols, Lena Oris worked tirelessly at the communications hub. Her slender fingers danced across the controls of a complex array of signal interceptors, filtering through the static and chatter that filled the ether. Suddenly, a series of encrypted transmissions caught her attention. Her eyes narrowed as she decoded the concealed Messenger, covert maneuver planned by a rival faction intended to challenge the expedition's claim at dawn. Elara, Lena's voice crackled through the comms. I've intercepted a transmission. They're planning a move to seize the eastern skyland under cover of fog. Ilara's heart thudded with a mixture of adrenaline and calculated resolve. Prepare a response. We can't afford a surprise attack. Alert Yarrick and Torin. We'll need to be ready to counter. The airship fleet shifted with urgency, engines roaring to life as crews scrambled to their stations. Below decks, Elara gathered her core leadership team, their faces illuminated by the flickering light of the navigational charts. This is the moment we've been preparing for, Elara began, her voice steady despite the tension. Our position is precarious, but if we act with unity and resolve, we can solidify our hold and send a message that Skyfold's skies belong to those who dare to claim them. The following hours were a blur of strategic maneuvers, intercepted signals, and tense negotiations. Despite the looming threat of open conflict, Elara sought diplomatic channels to de-escalate the situation. Under her guidance, emissaries were dispatched to meet rival leaders aboard a neutral skyship tethered between the contested zones. The parley took place at dusk, beneath swirling twilight skies that mirrored the uncertainty hanging over the meeting. Lanterns cast a soft glow over faces etched with suspicion, resolve, and the weary fatigue of endless conflict. Elara met the eyes of her counterparts, her own gaze steady and unyielding. We stand at a crossroads, she began, voice clear and resonant. The skies are vast, but our ambitions must be tempered by mutual respect. Let us set clear boundaries and honor those lines to avoid needless bloodshed. The rival leaders exchanged guarded glances, their responses measured but tinged with the unspoken calculus of power. Agreements were tentative, concessions grudging, yet the fragile accord marked a crucial step away from open warfare. As the meeting adjourned and the fleet settled into uneasy watchfulness under the darkening skies, Elara allowed herself a moment of quiet reflection. The path ahead remained uncertain, fraught with political intrigue and the ever-present threat of betrayal. Yet amid the swirling clouds and shifting borders, a glimmer of hope endured, a hope born of resilience, courage, and the unyielding desire to reclaim not only lost skylands, but lost honor. We hold the line, Elara whispered to herself, and with it, the future of Skyfold. But as the stars began to pierce the velvet night, a distant rumble echoed across the sky, a reminder that in Skyfold, peace was as fleeting as the clouds themselves. The tension in the air was palpable as the expedition's fleet maneuvered cautiously through the contested skies. Every shift in wind and every crackle in the radio waves carried the weight of potential conflict. Elara's mind raced, balancing the immediate need to protect her crew with the longer game of securing lasting peace. Garrick approached her on the deck, his expression unreadable beneath the flickering lantern light. You think they'll hold to their word? Elara met his gaze, the fire of determination reflected in her own tired eyes. They want to avoid war as much as we do. For now, but we can't rely on words alone. We need to be ready always. Torin's voice cut through the quiet as he joined them, his broad frame silhouetted against the darkening sky. Then we keep watch. We protect what we've earned. No surprises, no mistakes. The three leaders stood together, a united front against the uncertain horizon. Below, the fleet's lights twinkled like distant stars, a testament to the fragile alliance forged amid shifting lines in the clouds. As the night deepened, Elara felt the weight of the campaign settle upon her shoulders anew. The lines drawn in Skyfold's skies were more than territorial markers. They were the boundaries of trust, power, and the future itself. And she, once a fallen star, now bore the responsibility to hold them steady against the gathering storm. The dawn would bring new challenges, but for now, amidst the drifting clouds and whispered promises, the expedition held the line, and that was enough. Elara Mira's voice came softly from the navigation room. "There's something you need to see." Following Mira, Elara stepped into the dim glow of the illuminated maps. Ancient boundary lines flickered alongside real-time data of the shifting ski lands. "The currents have shifted more than we anticipated," Mira explained, pointing to a cluster of islands drifting unpredictably near the contested zone. "If they continue like this," Mira continued, "our current agreements might become obsolete within days. We need to anticipate these changes and respond swiftly." Elara's jaw tightened. The very nature of Skyfold's floating lands meant the campaign was a moving target. Territory claimed today could be lost tomorrow to shifting winds and political tides. "Then we adapt," Elara said firmly. "We'll update our maps, adjust our patrols, and strengthen our diplomatic efforts. No matter how the lines in the clouds shift, our resolve will remain unbroken." Outside, the first light of dawn painted the sky in hues of amber and rose. The expedition was far from victory, but with every careful step, Elara and her crew carved a path forward, a path through uncertainty, danger, and the ever-changing skies of Skyfold. The campaign was far from over, and the skies held their breath. Elara Voss stood silently behind the young apprentice, Kess Marlowe, whose fingers were trembling as they hovered over the delicate compass. The faint glow of projected star charts flickered on the glass panels surrounding them, casting ghostly blue light across the cramped space. Outside, the floating continent of Skyfold stretched endlessly in the dark, shifting currents of air moving like unseen rivers beneath their fleet. Kess's brow furrowed, lips pressed into a thin line of concentration. "The readings don't match," she whispered, voice barely above a breath. "The compass is spinning again." Elara's sharp eyes narrowed. She took a slow step forward, the soft leather of her boots muffled on the floor. "Show me," she said quietly. The apprentice handed over the instrument, a battered brass compass with a cracked glass face. Its needle quivered erratically, refusing to settle. It was the same compass that had betrayed them hours earlier, thrown off by atmospheric interference caused by the unstable air currents that wove through Skyfold's uncharted skies. "It's the storm brewing ahead," Kess said, her voice tinged with panic. I miscalculated the drift. We're off course." Elara's jaw tightened. How far off? Kess swallowed hard. "Too much. If we don't correct soon, we'll miss the waypoint and risk running into the border patrols." The air in the cabin grew heavy, thick with unspoken fears. The expedition was already stretched thin, with every misstep risking disaster. Elara's mind raced, weighing their options. "We need to adjust immediately," she said, taking the compass from Kess and kneeling beside her. "Let me show you something." Outside, the airship groaned as the wind shifted, a low thunder muttering through the clouds. Lightning flashed, briefly illuminating the jagged edges of distant floating isles. The crew moved with practiced urgency, securing rigging and scanning the horizon for threats. On deck, Elara Voss leaned against the railing, his usual cocky grin replaced by a rare look of concern. He watched the approaching storm with narrowed eyes, the scar over his left eye catching the faint light. Despite his brash demeanor, there was an unspoken respect for Ilara's steady command. Below, Mira Solon adjusted the delicate instruments in her workshop, her silver hair catching stray glints of starlight. Tauren Vex, broad-shouldered and scarred, paced near the armory, ever vigilant. Back in the navigation cabin, Ilara's hands moved with practiced precision, steadying the compass needle. "Feel the weight here," she instructed softly, guiding Kess's fingers. "The currents can fool you if you only look at the instruments. You need to sense the air, the stars, and trust your instincts." Kess nodded, swallowing her fear. She closed her eyes briefly, breathing deeply, then opened them with renewed determination. Together, they adjusted the course, the needle finally settling. "Better," Elara said, a rare softness in her voice. "You're learning." A flicker of a smile crossed Kess's face. "Thank you, Captain." Elara stood and placed a firm hand on the apprentice's shoulder. "We all make mistakes. It's how we recover that defines us." The storm outside intensified, winds whipping against the hull, but the fleet held its course. The crew's unity, fragile yet unbroken, was their greatest strength. As the night deepened, the stars emerged once more, guiding them forward into the unknown. But the skies of Skyfold were never truly calm. The broken compass was a reminder not just of the dangers outside, but the inner struggles each of them carried. And for Kess, the road to becoming a true navigator had only just begun. Elara's gaze lingered on the young apprentice, a silent vow forming in her heart. No matter the storms ahead, she would see this campaign through, not just for the mission, but for the crew she was coming to trust. And somewhere beyond the shifting clouds, Captain Rivencale's shadow loomed, waiting for an opening, a crack in their resolve. But tonight, the broken compass was mended, and with it, a flicker of hope. The journey continued. Elara Voss stood by the large viewport, eyes tracing the shifting clouds of Skyfold's uncharted skies. The air was heavy not with the usual anticipation of discovery, but with an oppressive weight she could almost taste. She wasn't alone. Lena Orris, the expedition's communications specialist, sat at the console, fingers flying over the keys, her brow furrowed in concentration. "Elara, you need to see this," Lena said, her voice low but urgent. She turned the screen toward her. Encrypted messages, intercepted from unknown sources, flickered across the display. The codes, once indecipherable, had started to unravel thanks to Lena's expertise. Elara leaned in, her heart tightening. The messages weren't just random chatter, they contained coordinated plans that matched suspicious incidents the crew had experienced recently. Malfunctioning equipment, delayed communications, and unexplained detours. Someone on their own ship was feeding information to outside forces. "Who could it be?" Elara whispered, the betrayal settling like a stone in her stomach. Lena shook her head, eyes scanning the data. "The patterns point to someone with access to our internal systems. It's subtle, but consistent." The revelation spread through the crew like wildfire. Trust, already fragile, began to crack openly. Elara Voss was the first to act. The rugged sky pirate captain cornered the suspected crew member beneath the flickering lights of the lower decks. His voice was sharp, his usual bravado replaced by cold resolve. "I don't tolerate traitors," Elara growled, his scarred face inches from the accused's. "You've endangered all of us." "Why?" The accused avoided his gaze, sweat beading on their forehead. "You're playing a dangerous game," Yorick warned, the metallic clang of his fist hitting a nearby pipe echoing through the corridor. Meanwhile, Myra Solon retreated to the quiet sanctuary of her workshop, poring over logs and data streams. Her calm exterior belied the storm of worry brewing within. Each anomaly she uncovered added weight to the suspicion that betrayal was not a singular event but a symptom of deeper fractures within the crew. Torin Vex, the security chief, doubled his patrols, his broad frame a constant presence in corridors and airlocks. His piercing blue eyes scanned every face for signs of duplicity. The tension was palpable. Alliances once taken for granted now felt like fragile threads ready to snap. Elara found herself retreating to the deck during moments of solitude. The open sky, once a symbol of endless possibility, now felt like a vast expanse filled with unseen threats. She stood beneath the shifting clouds, the wind tugging at her braid as she wrestled with the weight of leadership and the sting of betrayal. "How do I lead a crew divided against itself?" she murmured to the empty sky. But even in isolation, Elara refused to succumb to despair. Her gaze hardened with resolve. The mission depended on her ability to restore trust, to find the fissures and mend them before they split the expedition apart entirely. In the days that followed, she convened meetings, speaking openly about the betrayal and urging transparency. She encouraged the crew to voice their fears and suspicions, to turn suspicion into vigilance without succumbing to paranoia. Gradually, cracks began to close. Yorick softened his approach, balancing suspicion with reluctant trust. Mira's discoveries led to improved safeguards, sealing vulnerabilities in their systems. Torin's presence reassured the crew, his unwavering loyalty a beacon amid the turmoil. Lena worked tirelessly to intercept further communications, turning the tables on their saboteur by feeding false information back through secured channels. Through it all, Kes Marlowe watched, absorbing lessons in leadership and resilience. Elara's mentorship became a lifeline, a symbol that even in the face of internal darkness, hope could persist. As the chapter closed, the crew stood at a precarious crossroads. The betrayal had shaken them, but it had also forged a new, if fragile, unity. Elara's leadership was no longer just about navigation through the skies. It was about steering her people through the storm within. The question lingered in every whispered conversation and every wary glance: could they truly trust each other again? The answer would shape not only their journey, but the fate of Skyfold itself. And somewhere beyond the drifting clouds, Captain Rivencale watched, his cold grey eyes gleaming with the knowledge that the expedition's greatest threat might not be the skies, but the shadows they carried within. The air was thick with the scent of aged stone and forgotten history, a tangible reminder of the lost Skylands, whose secrets they sought to reclaim. Clad in her usual practical attire, the silver strands of her hair caught the flickering light from the handheld lantern, casting an ethereal glow around her determined face. "This place, it's unlike any sight we've charted before," Mira murmured, her voice low yet firm as she approached a metallic panel embedded deep within the cavern's heart. Her tools, meticulously arranged in a leather pouch at her side, were her constant companions, instruments capable of awakening the dormant wonders of this forsaken archive. Elara Voss stood nearby, her sharp eyes scanning the surroundings with a blend of caution and anticipation. The navigator's lean frame was tense, every muscle attuned to the delicate balance between discovery and danger. "If this archive holds what you suspect," Elara said quietly, "it could change everything for us, and for Skyfold." A soft clink echoed as Myra carefully removed an ancient cover plate. revealing beneath it a console etched with glowing glyphs and intricate markings. The light pulsed faintly, as if stirred by their presence. Mira's breath caught. This technology, it's the origin, the very foundation of what keeps the Skylands afloat. Yarek Thorn, ever the skeptic, leaned back against the cavern wall, arms crossed over his rugged chest. His sun-bleached hair was tousled, and the scar over his left eye seemed to deepen in the dim light. "Looks like a relic to me," he teased lightly, though his voice betrayed a hint of awe. "But if it gives us an edge against Kale, I'm all ears." Mira ignored the jibe, her fingers dancing across the console, coaxing it to life. Holographic schematics flickered into existence, bathing the chamber in blue light. Complex machinery, floating cores, and energy conduits shimmered in three-dimensional detail. The ancient engineers had been masters of their craft, their technology far beyond what the crew had imagined. Elara stepped closer, her eyes reflecting the cascading images. This could explain the shifting borders, the instability we've encountered. If these mechanisms degrade or fall into the wrong hands. A sudden tremor rattled the cavern, loose stones tinkling like rain. The crew instinctively braced themselves, hearts pounding as dust cascaded from above. The fragile silence shattered, replaced by the urgent thrum of danger. "Stay alert," Elara commanded, her voice steady despite the tension. "We're not alone here." Yarek's hand went to the hilt of his sidearm, eyes scanning the shadows. No surprise if Kale's mercenaries have found their way in. Myra's discovery had thrust them into a new chapter of their campaign, one where knowledge was both weapon and shield. The hidden archive's secrets promised power, but demanded vigilance. As the air shifted with the threat of conflict, the crew understood that their mission was no longer just about reclaiming lost lands, it was about safeguarding the very future of Skyfold. Elara met Myra's gaze, a silent pact passing between them. "We must protect this knowledge, for the sake of all who call the skies home." The cavern seemed to hold its breath alongside them, the weight of history pressing upon their shoulders. Outside, the winds whispered of coming storms, both in the skies and in the hearts of those who would fight for dominion over the floating continent. As the crew prepared to secure the archive, the boundaries between ally and adversary blurred, and the true campaign for Skyfold's destiny began. Tauren Vex stood motionless on the bow of the flagship, his broad frame silhouetted against the darkening expanse. His piercing blue eyes, usually so steady and unreadable, flickered with a rare intensity, scanning the distant outlines of approaching ships. The mercenary fleet was closing in, grim, unyielding and ruthless. "All hands, battle stations." Tauren's voice cut through the rising wind, sharp and commanding. The crew scrambled, the metallic clang of armor and the hurried footsteps echoing across the decks. Elara Voss, standing nearby, watched with a mixture of admiration and concern. The years had etched lines of hardship on Tauren's scarred face, but his presence was a beacon of strength amid the mounting chaos. "They're coming fast," shouted Lena Oris from the communications tower, her fingers flying over the signal interceptors. At least a dozen airships, heavily armed. Yarek Thorn tightened his grip on the controls of his own ship. The Vex's grim determination mirrored in the lines of his tanned face and sun-bleached hair. "Looks like they want a piece of us." Tauren moved among the crew with practiced efficiency, his voice steady despite the storm inside him. "Defensive formation Alpha. Shields up, weapons ready. Mira, keep the engines running at max. We can't afford a crippled ship in this fight." Mira Solin nodded, adjusting the dials on the ancient engine core, her silver hair flickering in the gusts of wind. "I'm doing what I can, But these old machines won't hold forever. The first volleys exploded in the air, fireballs blooming like deadly flowers against the roiling clouds. The fleet rocked under the shockwaves, and the acrid smell of burning fuel mixed with the cold bite of rain. Torin's heart pounded as he directed the crew, each decision a delicate balance between aggression and caution. "Return fire," he ordered, his voice rising over the cacophony. Cannons roared in response, spitting streams of molten metal that tore through the sky. The mercenaries pressed forward, relentless and merciless. In the thick of battle, Torin found himself face to face with the brutal truths of war. His personal code, forged in years of mercenary contracts and hardened by a fierce sense of honor, was tested by the necessary ruthlessness of survival. He ordered a boarding party to repel an enemy ship, knowing the cost such close combat would bring. As the fight wore on, cracks appeared not just in the hulls of their airships, but in the crew's resolve. Exhaustion gnawed at their spirits. Elara and Yarrick clashed over strategy in the cramped command room, voices sharp with tension. "We can't keep playing defense," Yarrick growled, pacing. "We have to strike back before they regroup." Elara's eyes were steady but tired, and risk more lives. "We need to hold the line, Yarrick. We don't have the strength for an offensive yet." Their argument was interrupted by the distant roar of a collapsing hull and the cries of wounded men. Outside, the storm seemed to mirror the chaos of battle, relentless, unforgiving. Torin returned to the bow, watching the enemy ships falter under the combined might of the expedition's defenses. Slowly, the mercenary fleet began to retreat, leaving behind a trail of smoke and shattered dreams. The fight was won, but the cost was steep. Several ships were damaged, and the crew bore fresh scars, both physical and emotional. Torin stood apart from the others, the weight of command heavy upon his shoulders. His jaw clenched as memories of past battles flickered through his mind. Each decision had been a choice between survival and sacrifice. The mercenary in him understood the necessity. The man, bound by honor, wrestled with the consequences. Elara approached quietly, placing a steadying hand on his arm. "You did what you had to do. We all did." Torin met her gaze, the storm in his eyes slowly calming. "It's never just about winning, is it? It's about what we lose along the way." Together, they looked out over the battered fleet, the bruised sky above hinting at calmer days to come, but also warning of the challenges still ahead. The tides of steel had been weathered, but the war for Skyfold was far from over. As the crew set about repairs and tended to the wounded, a quiet resolve settled among them. The mercenary raids had tested their limits, but they had endured. And in the shadows of the storm, a new strength was forged, one that would carry them through the trials yet to come. Torin's resolve hardened. His personal code might bend in the crucible of war, but it would never break. For the sake of the crew, for the hope of reclaiming Skyfold's lost skylands, he would stand as their shield, no matter the cost. And somewhere beyond the clouds, Captain Rivenkale's shadow loomed ever larger, promising that the next battle was already on the horizon. The crew's fate hung in the balance, and Torin Vex was ready to meet it head-on. Elara Voss stood alone, her lean figure silhouetted by the intermittent flashes of lightning that revealed the roiling chaos beyond the vessel's fragile sanctuary. The wind howled like a living beast, whipping her dark braid against her cheek, but she did not flinch. Instead, her sharp eyes traced the swirling tempest as if seeking answers within its furious depths. She had always been drawn to the skies, the stars, her guides, and the wind, her constant companion. Yet tonight, the storm outside mirrored the turmoil within her own soul, The ghosts of past failures whispered in the gusts, chilling her resolve with memories of that fateful expedition. The one that had shattered her reputation and stolen the trust she once commanded effortlessly. Self-doubt gnawed at her, a relentless predator prowling the edges of her mind. Behind her, the faint clatter of footsteps approached, hesitant but determined. Garrick Thorne stepped onto the deck, his rugged frame tense beneath the worn leather jacket, sun-bleached hair damp from the mist. His scarred eye met hers, reflecting the same storm of emotions she fought to suppress. "You can't keep hiding up here," he said, voice rough but low, carrying the weight of unspoken worries. Elara turned slowly, meeting his gaze with a weary steadiness. "I'm not hiding, I'm preparing." Yarick's incredulous snort was swallowed by a burst of thunder. "Preparing, by brooding over what's already lost. We need you down there with us." She clenched her fists, the sting of his words both a balm and a blade. "You think I don't want that? But if I falter, if I make another mistake, we all risk that every day," Yarick interrupted, stepping closer. "But we don't crumble. Not if we're smart, not if we trust each other." The tension crackled between them like the storm outside, fierce and unyielding. Yet beneath the surface, a fragile thread of understanding wove through their shared resolve. They were bound by the same goal, even if their methods diverged. "Trust is earned," Elara whispered, the admission raw and vulnerable, "and I'm not sure I'm ready to give it yet." Yorick's gaze softened, the bravado slipping away to reveal the fierce loyalty beneath. "Then start with me." Before the storm could consume their fragile truce, a soft glow spilled from the corridor, drawing their attention. Mira Solon, her silver hair luminous in the dim light, emerged from the engine room, cradling a delicate contraption humming with ancient energy. "I think I've found something," she announced quietly, eyes gleaming with a mixture of excitement and caution. "This device could stabilize our navigation through the storm currents. It's from the Lost Skylands technology, more advanced than we imagined." Elara stepped forward, the weight of leadership settling anew on her shoulders. Mira's discovery was a beacon in the dark, a tangible sign that their perilous journey still held promise. "Good work, Myra," Elara said, voice steady. "Prepare it for integration immediately. We can't afford any more mistakes." Meanwhile, on the outer deck, Tauren Vex stood sentinel, his broad shoulders braced against the howling wind. The scars etched into his weathered face were a testament to battles fought and survived. His piercing blue eyes scanned the dark horizon, alert for any sign of threat amid the storm's fury. The crew's safety depended on his vigilance. The security chief's grim determination was a fortress against the unknown. The crack of thunder echoed his resolve, a reminder that despite the tempest both outside and within, they would endure. Back in the cramped quarters, Elara found a moment's solitude to confront the shadows that clung to her spirit. Faces of those lost haunted her friends, comrades, the innocent caught in the wake of her errors. The weight of guilt was nearly suffocating, but beneath it, a flicker of stubborn hope refused to be extinguished. She whispered into the storm, "I will not fail you again." Not this time. As the tempest raged, so too did the storm within Elara, fierce and unrelenting. Yet with each breath, she reclaimed a fragment of her strength, forging it anew in the crucible of leadership. The night was far from over, and the skies of Skyfold held even greater dangers yet to come. But for the first time in many moons, Elara Voss felt the stirrings of confidence, a glimmer of hope that the expedition might yet succeed against all odds. The storm was not just in the skies, it was in her heart, and she intended to weather it. The wind howled, a challenge, but Elara was ready to answer. And as the first light of dawn threatened the horizon, the crew braced themselves for the battles ahead, united by the fragile bonds forged in the storms within and without. The skies of Skyfold awaited, vast and unforgiving. But so did their resolve. Elara's journey was far from over. Elara Voss stood at the prow of the flagship, the wind tugging at her braid as her sharp eyes scanned the horizon. The distant silhouettes of airships coalesced like shadows drawn on a canvas, signaling the inevitable convergence of allies and enemies alike. The low rumble of thunder underscored the restless tension that gripped the fleet. Around her, the crew moved with purpose, their faces taut with anticipation. Torrent Vex barked orders, his broad frame a reassuring presence as he coordinated the fortification of defenses. The clang of metal and the hiss of airship engines wove into the symphony of preparation. Elara's heart beat in time with the rising storm, the weight of leadership pressing heavily upon her. Below deck, the strategy room was a crucible of conflicting wills. Garrick Thorne leaned over a holographic map, his sun-bleached hair tousled from hours of restless planning. Mira Solon stood opposite him, her pale fingers tracing ancient runes and schematics, her voice calm yet insistent. "We need to consider the technological edge we possess," Mira argued, her silver hair catching the dim light. "Kale's fleet relies on brute force and numbers, but if we can exploit the lost Skyland's energy conduits, we can disrupt their formations." Garrick's eyes flashed with impatience. "All well and good, but when the cannons start firing, we need pilots ready to take aggressive maneuvers. We can't just sit behind fancy tech and wait to get blown out of the sky." Elara listened, weighing their perspectives. This was the crucible of leadership, balancing impulsive courage with calculated strategy. She cleared her throat, drawing their attention. "We'll integrate both. Mira, prepare your engineers to deploy the energy disruptors. Yarek, coordinate with pilots to execute tactical strikes that exploit those disruptions. Our strength is in unity, not just of firepower, but of mind and will." The room settled into focused activity, the crew moving to their stations with renewed purpose. Torrent Vex's patrols grew more frequent, his piercing blue eyes catching every flicker of movement in the corridors. His scarred face was a map of battles past, a silent promise that he would protect the crew from threats seen and unseen. In the communications bay, Lena Oris's fingers danced over the consoles. The glow of screens illuminated her focused expression as she intercepted coded transmissions from Kale's fleet. Her voice, steady and precise, relayed vital intelligence to Elara. "They're coordinating an assault on the eastern flank. Reinforcements are inbound from the northern isles. Their mercenary forces have increased by 30%. Elara absorbed the information, her mind racing through contingencies. The political landscape of Skyfold had become a volatile storm itself, shifting alliances, betrayals, and ambitions as unpredictable as the air currents that shaped their journey. Yet, within this chaos, Elara found a thread of hope, a chance to forge a new order from the fractured sky. As the fleet tightened its formations, the first raindrops fell, cold and sharp against steel decks. The gathering gale was more than a weather phenomenon. It was the prelude to a battle that would decide the fate of Skyfold's contested territories. Elara's gaze hardened, her resolve crystallizing. She had come too far to let the shadows of the past define her future. "Prepare for engagement," she commanded, her voice cutting through the mounting storm. "We fight not just for land, but for the promise of what Skyfold can become." The airships hummed with energy, the crew bracing for the imminent clash. Somewhere beyond the clouds, Captain Riven Kale's fleet advanced, a looming tempest of steel and fire. Yet in the heart of the gathering gale, Elara found the calm before the storm, a moment to steel herself and her crew for the trials to come. The horizon darkened as the first flashes of enemy fire lit the sky. The battle for Skyfold was about to begin, and Elara Voss would lead her people through the tumult with fierce determination and unyielding hope. The wind howled, carrying with it the echoes of past sacrifices and the promise of new beginnings. In the heart of the storm, the fate of the floating continent hung in the balance, and Elara's campaign was far from over. Her eyes narrowed against the rain, staring into the gathering gale. "This is our moment," she whispered, "and we will not falter." As the first cannonball screamed through the storm, the fleet surged forward, united, resolute, and ready. Elara Voss crouched low behind a crumbling archway, her sharp eyes scanning the horizon where faint glimmers of Kale's fleet flickered in the dying light. Beside her, Yarrick Thorn adjusted the straps on his leather harness, the weight of his pistol a familiar comfort against the unknown dangers lurking in the enemy's domain. "You sure this is the place?" Yarrick whispered, his voice rough but steady. Elara nodded, unfolding a worn, star-flecked map. "Intelligence from Lena's intercepted messages matches this location. Kale's outpost should be hidden within these ruins." The two exchanged a glance, a mix of determination and unease. The mission was perilous: slip behind enemy lines, gather intelligence on Kale's mercenary alliances, and return undetected. Failure meant capture or death, but the stakes were too high to hesitate. Sliding silently through the tangled undergrowth of twisted metal and shattered stone, Elara's breath came steady despite the pounding in her chest. Memories of past failures flickered behind her eyes, but she pushed them away, focusing on the mission. Garrick's presence was a bomb, brash and confident, yet fiercely loyal. A reminder that trust could still be forged even in the most fractured alliances. A low hum vibrated through the air, growing louder as they neared the heart of the ruins. Elara's gaze locked on a cluster of faint red lights pulsing behind a partially collapsed wall. She signaled for Yarrick to halt. Peering cautiously around the edge, they saw a war room bathed in dim, flickering light. Holomaps projected in mid-air displayed clusters of red markers, fleets, strongholds, and mercenary camps. At the center stood Captain Riven Kale himself, tall and imposing, his cold grey eyes scanning the maps with ruthless calculation. His mechanical arm tapped rhythmically against the table, a metallic echo underscoring the quiet menace of the scene. "So, the great Kale's ambitions are larger than we imagined," Yarrick muttered, voice barely audible. Elara's mind raced as she absorbed the details. Kale was not merely building a pirate fleet. He was orchestrating an empire with mercenary reinforcements and political backers from rival factions. The fragile balance of power in Skyfold was about to shatter. Suddenly, a sharp crackling noise interrupted the tense silence. A faint alarm triggered by a careless movement. Elara and Yarrick froze, then darted back into the shadows as guards surged toward the war room. "Time to move," Elara hissed, grabbing Yarrick's arm. They sprinted through the ruins, the night swallowing their desperate flight. Behind them, the roar of engines and the sharp staccato of gunfire echoed, the enemy's pursuit relentless. Above, thunder rumbled, and a violent storm began to roll in, lightning fracturing the sky in jagged ribbons of white. Back aboard their airship, Myra, Solon, and Lena Oris worked feverishly in the cramped communications bay, their faces illuminated by the glow of monitors displaying intercepted messages. Each decoded transmission revealed new layers of Kale's alliances, from mercenary contracts to political scheming, deepening the danger confronting the expedition. "This isn't just a pirate war," Myra said, her voice tight with urgency. "It's a full-scale power play with backers who want control of the skies." Lena nodded, fingers dancing over the console. We need to get this intel to Elara and Yorick before Kale tightens his grip. As the storm battered their ship, Elara and Yorick returned, soaked and breathless, but alive. The weight of what they had uncovered settled heavily on them. Kale's reach is wider than we thought, Elara said, eyes blazing with renewed resolve. We're running out of time. Yorick cracked a rare, grim smile. Then it's time we show him what we're made of. The chapter closed on the roaring storm and a fleet bracing for the coming tempest. A battle not only for territory, but for the soul of Skyfold itself. The shadows of betrayal and ambition stretched long across the skies, and Elara stood ready to face them, her resolve steeled by the flight through darkness. Elara Voss stood rigid, her sharp eyes fixed on the man across the small briefing table. The faint hum of the engines beneath the deck and the distant groan of shifting clouds outside the viewport formed a backdrop to a storm, far more volatile than the one gathering in the skies. Yorick Thorn, his sun-bleached hair tousled, and his signature scar cutting a harsh line over his left eye, leaned forward, his voice low but fierce. You don't see the bigger picture, Elara. Your cautious plans won't hold when Kale's fleet comes down on us like a thunderbolt. Elara's jaw tightened, and your reckless bravado won't keep us alive. We need strategy, not blind charges. The air between them crackled with years of unspoken grievances, the friction of two leaders forced to share command but divided by past wounds and diverging philosophies. Around them, the crew waited, the fragile trust they had built hanging by a thread. You think I'm reckless? Garrick's voice sharpened. I'm the one who's kept this crew alive through every raid and skirmish. Your navigation skills are wasted if you can't adapt when the storm hits. Elara's eyes flickered with pain, memories of her catastrophic failure flashing unbidden. Adaptation without caution is suicide. I won't lose more lives because you can't see beyond your ego. The argument spiraled, voices rising, cutting through the usual hum of the ship's machinery. Myra Solon, sitting quietly at her bench nearby, clutched a small wrench, her pale fingers trembling slightly. She glanced between the two, the storm of their discord threatening to drown the fragile progress they had made. The soft, metallic clinks of her tools punctuated the silence that fell briefly when their tempers cooled, only to flare again moments later. Tauren Vex, broad-shouldered and scarred, stood near the hatch, his piercing blue eyes scanning the restless crew. His presence was an anchor, a reminder that amidst the discord, the mission must continue. Yet even he could feel the tension in the air, the thin line between order and chaos bending dangerously close to breaking. In the galley, Lena Oris sat before an array of signal devices, her fingers deftly manipulating dials and switches. The flickering lantern light cast shadows across her focused face as she intercepted a coded transmission. The message, urgent and coded in a cipher only she could crack, revealed movements of Captain Riven Kale's fleet, closing in faster than anticipated. Her breath caught. This was no time for internal strife. She moved swiftly to the briefing room, the intercepted data clutched in her hands. Elara, she called softly, stepping into the charged atmosphere. We have incoming. Kale's fleet is advancing, and they're closer than we thought. The room fell silent, the gravity of Lena's news grounding the heated argument. Elara and Yorick exchanged a long, tense look. Adversaries by circumstance, but allies by necessity. We don't have time for this, Elara said, her voice steady despite the turmoil within. If we fracture now, we lose everything. Yorick nodded curtly, the fire in his eyes dimming just enough to reveal the reluctant respect beneath. Agreed, but once this is over, we settled the score. The crew rallied, the fractured bonds held together by the imminent threat looming on the horizon. Yet beneath the surface, the scars of broken trust ran deep, threatening to undo everything they had fought for. As the flagship surged forward into the churning clouds, the storm outside mirrored the storm within, a tempest of fear, anger, hope, and determination. The fate of Skyfold's lost skylands balanced precariously on the edge of a knife, and the fragile alliance between Elara and Yarek would prove the decisive factor in the battle to come. But the question lingered in the charged air: could they truly unite? Or would their broken bonds shatter the expedition before the first shot was fired? The skies darkened, the first rumbles of battle echoing through the clouds. And somewhere deep within the heart of the flagship, Elara Voss closed her eyes briefly, summoning the courage to lead, not just against the enemy, but against the doubts threatening to consume her from within. The campaign was far from over. The true test was only beginning. Outside, the wind howled, buffeting the airships as they prepared for the coming storm. Somewhere in the distance, the faint glint of enemy sails caught the last rays of dying light. The broken bonds aboard the flagship were a mirror to the fractured skies around them, a chaotic dance of shadows and light, danger and hope. And amidst it all, Elara and Yarek stood poised on the edge of war, their fates intertwined in a fragile, uncertain alliance. The dawn of Skyfold's future was still unwritten, and the skies awaited their champions. Elara Voss stood at the prow of the lead airship, her dark eyes scanning the horizon where the long-lost skyland emerged like a spectral monolith. Jagged spires of ancient metal jutted from the cloud cover, crowned with corroded towers that gleamed faintly in the shifting light. The air was thick with the scent of ozone and the faint hum of latent energy that seemed to pulse from the floating landmass itself. Around her, the crew moved with a palpable mixture of reverence and urgency, the weight of their discovery settling heavily on each soul. "There it is," Elara whispered, more to herself than anyone else. Her voice was steady, but beneath it thrummed a current of awe and cautious hope. The lost skyland. Yarek Thorn paced beside her, his sun-bleached hair tousled by the brisk sky currents. His usual brash grin was tempered by a rare seriousness as he surveyed the terrain. "Never thought I'd see it with my own eyes. Feels like the end of a legend, or the start of something worse." Elara met his gaze, acknowledging the truth in his words. The Skyland held power, and with power came danger. But it was the prize they had sought through countless storms, betrayals, and narrow escapes. They had come too far to turn back now. As the fleet settled into a cautious orbit, Myra Solon moved swiftly across the deck of the lead ship, clutching her worn satchel brimming with delicate instruments. Her pale fingers were steady despite the excitement bubbling beneath her calm exterior. "I need to get down there," she said, voice firm. "There's technology here ancient, but not dead. If we can awaken it, it might give us the edge we need." Tauren Vex, standing nearby with his imposing frame silhouetted against the cloud-scattered sky, nodded gruffly. "I'll cover you. This place won't be unguarded for long." Elara placed a hand on Myra's shoulder. "Be careful. We don't know what's still active or what might trigger defenses." The landing on the lost Skyland was surreal. Their airships touched down on a vast, circular platform, its surface etched with intricate patterns that glowed faintly beneath layers of dust and moss. The air was cooler here, tinged with a metallic temps that hinted at the dormant power coursing through the ancient structure. Strange aerial plants swayed in the mild breeze, their translucent leaves refracting the pale sunlight into scattered rainbows. Mira immediately set to work, her tools clicking softly as she examined a device embedded in the platform's Centaura crystalline orb, surrounded by delicate filaments of metal. The orb pulsed rhythmically, responding to her touch with a low hum that vibrated through the stone beneath their feet. Around her, the crew maintained a tense perimeter. Yarrick and Torin patrolled the edges, their eyes sharp for any sign of intrusion. The distant rumble of shifting clouds signaled an approaching storm, a reminder that time was not on their side. Inside the Skyland's control chamber, Elara and Kess, Marlowe, pored over ancient star maps projected onto translucent panels. The walls themselves seemed alive, pulsing faintly with energy as if the land itself was awakening. Kess pointed excitedly to a constellation that aligned perfectly with the controls. "This could be it," she whispered, eyes wide with wonder. "A navigation system, or maybe a power source." Elara's fingers traced the glowing map, her mind racing. The weight of her past failures pressed on her, but here, in this moment, she felt a surge of clarity and resolve. "If we can harness this," she said, voice steady, "we don't just reclaim lost land, we change the entire game." But as the storm clouds thickened and the sun dipped low, casting long shadows across the ancient stones, the crew knew their triumph was only the beginning. Rival factions would soon converge, drawn by the promise of power. The fragile piece of Skyfold hung in the balance. Elara took a deep breath, steeling herself. The lost Skyland was theirs for now, but the true challenge lay ahead, holding on to it. "Prepare for possible hostilities," she ordered, her voice carrying the weight of command. "We hold this ground, come what may." The crew moved with renewed purpose, the hum of ancient technology mingling with the creak of airships and the distant roar of thunder. Above them, the skies of Skyfold shifted and churned, a vast, unpredictable frontier waiting to be conquered. And Elara Voss stood ready, a leader reborn among the clouds, her past mistakes etched into her resolve as clearly as the stars that guided her way. The lost Skyland was more than a prize, it was a crucible, and the campaign was far from over. As night fell, the first distant lights of approaching fleets flickered on the horizon, heralding the storm to come. Elara's gaze hardened. Let them come. The battle for Skyfold's future was about to begin. Elara Voss moved deliberately along the main deck of the flagship, her boots making soft thuds on weathered wood. The sky was a tumult of deep purples fading into fiery orange streaks, the storm clouds gathering ominously beyond the horizon. Every creak of rigging, every whisper of wind through the sails, carried the weight of anticipation, the calm before a storm that would decide their fate. Her gaze swept the fleet arrayed around the strategic Skyland they had claimed just days prior. Airships of varied design and origin clustered like wary predators, their crews busy with hurried preparations. The scent of ozone mingled with the salt temps of high altitudes and the faint metallic temps of weapons being readied. Elara's mind raced through the tactical considerations, but beneath the surface, a knot of anxiety tightened, not for the mission's success, but for the fragile human bonds that held this motley crew together. She turned as footsteps approached, the familiar, confident stride of Yarrick Thorne cutting through the tense atmosphere. His sun-bleached hair was tousled from hours spent atop rigging, and the scar over his left eye seemed to deepen in the fading light. "Storm's coming," he said, voice roughened by fatigue and resolve. "We've got to be ready for more than just weather. Kale won't wait for us to catch our breath." Elara nodded. "I know. That's why every plank, every cannon, every shield has to be as ready as the crew behind it." Together, they moved toward the armory, where Torin, Vex, and several crew members were reinforcing armor plating on the hulls. Torin's broad shoulders flexed with effort, a scar across his cheek catching the last rays of sun. His gruff demeanor softened when Yarrick clapped him on the back. If Kale shows up thinking he can just waltz in, he's in for a surprise. Torin grunted in agreement. We'll hold the line. No one's getting through on my watch. The camaraderie between the two men, forged in battles past, was a pillar of strength for the crew. Yet Elara sensed the undercurrent of tension, unspoken doubts about the odds stacked against them, the unpredictability of the shifting skies and shifting loyalties. In the cramped engineering bay, Myra Solin sat surrounded by a cluster of strange, ancient devices. Her pale skin almost glowed in the flickering lamplight, her short silver hair framing a face taut with concentration. Fingers danced across controls, eliciting faint hums and soft pulses of light. She looked up as Elara entered. This technology, Mira began, her voice low but urgent, could give us an edge, a way to manipulate the air currents, to shield us from the worst of Kale's assaults. But it's unstable, and we don't fully understand its limits. Elara studied the glowing schematics. It's a risk we have to take. Every advantage counts. Myra nodded, eyes bright with hope, despite the pressure. I'll have it ready before dawn. Meanwhile, in the communications hub, Lena Oris sat before a bank of signal interceptors, her fingers flying over dials and switches. The air was thick with static and the distant roar of the approaching storm. Her eyes scanned shifting codes and intercepted transmissions, her focus razor sharp. They're moving faster than we thought, Lena reported, voice steady but tense. Kale's fleet is already within striking distance. We've got less time than expected. Elara's jaw tightened. Alert the fleet. Every ship on high alert. We hold this skyland at all costs. As night deepened and the storm clouds thickened, the fleet became a hive of purposeful activity. Crews checked weapons, secured cargo, and exchanged terse words filled with unspoken fears and fragile hopes. Elara found herself standing apart for a moment, staring into the swirling dark above, feeling the weight of every soul depending on her. Kes Marlowe approached quietly, eyes wide but determined. Captain, I've been reviewing the navigation routes again. If we use the thermal updrafts here, she pointed on a map, we might gain an altitude advantage during the battle. Elara smiled faintly, placing a hand on the young apprentice's shoulder. Good thinking, Kes. That kind of insight might just tip the scales. The night air grew colder, the storm's first rumbles echoing through the rigging. Elara took a steadying breath, pushing back the shadows of doubt. This was the moment they had prepared for, the crucible that would test every skill, every bond, every sacrifice. As the fleet settled into defensive formations, a distant flash of lightning illuminated the sky. The battle for Skyfold's future was about to begin. But in the quiet moments, beneath the roar of the storm and the clamor of preparation, Elara knew the fight was as much within as without. The fragile alliances, the unspoken fears, the ghosts of past mistakes, all converged in this moment of reckoning. And as the first raindrops began to fall, she steeled herself. Whatever came next, she would face it with every ounce of courage and cunning she possessed. The dawn might bring victory, or it might bring ruin, but Elara Voss would not go down without a fight. The Stormbreakers were ready. Elara Voss stood alone on the deck, her lean frame silhouetted against the vast expanse of sky that stretched infinitely above and below. The air was crisp, carrying the faint scent of ozone and the faint cries of distant skybirds, rare tranquility in the midst of the tempestuous campaign. For a moment, the weight of past failures and relentless dangers appeared to lift, replaced by a quiet clarity. Elara's sharp eyes traced the horizon, where the drifting clouds promised both sanctuary and the unknown. Her dark hair, pulled back in its practical braid, fluttered slightly in the breeze as she allowed herself a brief respite. Behind her, the hum of the ship's engines thrummed steadily, a heartbeat anchoring the vessel in the shifting skies. The crew moved with subdued purpose, repairing sails, checking instruments, sharing hushed conversations that betrayed the tension beneath their composed exteriors. The fleet had scattered after the last violence, battered but unbroken, and now reassembled for what was to come. Elara's thoughts were interrupted by footsteps approaching, heavy and purposeful. She turned to see Yarrick Thorne emerge from the shadowed corridor, his tall, rugged figure etched starkly by the dawn. The sun-bleached tangle of his hair caught the light, and the familiar scar over his left eye seemed almost less threatening in the soft morning. He looked at her with a mixture of wariness and something softer, a hint of unspoken understanding. "Didn't expect to find you here so early," Yarrick said, voice low but carrying the habitual edge of his brashness. "Sometimes the quiet is the loudest noise," Elara replied, a faint smile touching her lips. "I needed to breathe it in before the storm rolls back in." He nodded, stepping closer to the railing beside her. For a long moment, neither spoke, the silence between them charged with the weight of unsaid words and past grievances. "We don't have much time," Yarrick finally said. "Kale's coming, and he's not the forgiving sort." "No, he isn't," Elara agreed, her gaze steady. "But neither are we." The tension that had defined their partnership since the expedition's dawn seemed to soften, replaced by a tentative truce forged in the crucible of shared purpose. Later, in the cramped captain's quarters, the atmosphere was thick with the scent of aged wood and parchment. Maps and star charts were spread haphazardly across the battered table, their edges curled and stained from constant use. Lantern light flickered, casting dancing shadows that played across the determined faces of Elara and Yarrick as they pored over the details of their next move. "You were right about the currents near the northern ridge," Yarrick admitted grudgingly, tracing a scarred finger along the route. "If we can position the fleet there, we might catch Kale off guard." Elara looked up, surprised by his concession. "And you think the crew will hold steady?" A wry grin cracked Yarrick's usual guarded expression. "With you leading, I think they might." Their conversation drifted from tactics to personal confessions, the scars they bore not just on their bodies, but etched deep within their souls. Elara spoke quietly of the guilt that shadowed her steps, the nightmare of that fateful miscalculation that cost lives. Yarrick shared memories of his rough upbringing among the floating isles, the fierce loyalty that bound him to his crew. The walls that had divided them began to crumble, replaced by a fragile respect and the tentative beginnings of friendship. Elsewhere, Mira Solon moved through the ship's workshop, a slender figure illuminated by the soft glow of lanterns. Her pale skin seemed almost luminescent against the dark backdrop. Silver hair cropped short to keep from interfering with her work. Clutched in her hands were ancient schematic stellicate sheets etched with intricate designs and symbols from a lost age. Her fingers trembled slightly as she traced the lines, the faint metallic scent of oil and metal filling the air. "If this is correct," she murmured to herself, "then the technology buried in the lost Skylands is far more advanced than we imagined." Her discoveries were more than academic. They represented a key to power, knowledge that could shift the precarious balance between factions vying for control. Myra's quiet determination was a beacon of hope amid the uncertainty. On the outer decks, Tauren Vex paced steadily, his broad shoulders squared and scarred face set into a grim mask. The cool morning breeze tugged at his coat, as he surveyed the crew bustling about, preparing for the coming battle. His piercing blue eyes scanned every corner, every pair of hands, every whispered exchange. Though the calm was welcome, Torin knew too well that peace was often the prelude to chaos. His role as security chief was not just to defend, but to inspire trust and resilience. When his gaze met Elara across the deck, there was a silent assurance exchanged, a promise that no matter what came, they would stand firm. As the sun rose higher, bathing the flagship in warm light, the crew gathered for a brief moment of unity. Elara addressed them, her voice steady and clear. "We have endured storms and betrayal, loss and doubt, but we are here, together, stronger for every trial. Tomorrow, we face a threat unlike any before. But I believe in this crew, in our purpose, and in the skies we call home." A murmur of agreement rippled through the assembled explorers and pirates alike. Even Yarick's usual smirk softened into a look of solemn respect. The calm before the storm was fleeting. Yet, in these rare moments of peace, bonds were reforged and hope rekindled. Elara allowed herself one last glance at the horizon. The clouds shifted and churned, shadows lengthening as the day wore on. But beneath the uncertainty, a new resolve burned bright. They would face what came together, and they would not falter. The battle for Skyfold was coming, but so was a dawn unlike any before. Inside the cramped communications room of the flagship, Lena Oris sat hunched over her decoding instruments. The faint static of intercepted signals filled the space, punctuated only by the sharp clicks and beeps of her equipment. Her pale fingers moved deftly, adjusting dials and tuning frequencies with practiced ease. She had been monitoring enemy transmissions for hours, searching for any hint of Captain Riven Kale's next move. Suddenly, a burst of encrypted chatter broke through the static. Lena's eyes locked onto the cascading lines of code flashing across her screen. Her breath caught. The pattern was unmistakably coordinated fleet movement, detailing Kale's assault formation and estimated time of arrival. The enemy planned to strike within the hour, converging on their position from multiple vectors to encircle the fleet. Without hesitation, Lena activated the alert system. Her voice calm but firm as she relayed the information to the bridge. "Captain Voss, encrypted transmissions intercepted. Kale's fleet closing in from the west and northeast. Estimated engagement in 45 minutes. Elara Voss stood on the deck, the wind tugging at her dark braid as she absorbed the news. Her sharp eyes scanned the horizon, where telltale silhouettes began to emerge through the swirling grey clouds, dark shapes cutting against the fading light, engines humming with ominous purpose. The distant roar was growing louder, a mechanical symphony that sent a jolt of adrenaline through her veins. "All hands, battle stations," Elara commanded, her voice steady despite the storm of emotions roiling beneath her composed exterior. She exchanged a brief glance with Yarick Thorne, whose rugged features were set in a grim mask of determination. The scar over his left eye seemed to deepen in the dying light. Inside the strategy tent, the atmosphere was thick with urgency. Yorick paced relentlessly, his brash charisma clashing with Torin Vex's gruff pragmatism. "We can't just sit here waiting to be picked off," Yorick snapped, fists clenched. "We need to hit them hard, disrupt their formation before they get close." Torin shook his head, his piercing blue eyes cold with resolve. "Reckless. We hold the line and protect the fleet. No unnecessary risks. Our priority is survival." The two men's voices rose, tension crackling like static between them. Yet beneath the friction lay a shared commitment, a fierce loyalty to the crew they both swore to protect. Elara listened, weighing their arguments carefully. Leadership was never simple in times like these. As the sun dipped below the horizon, casting long shadows over the floating continent, the fleet's airships took their stations. Engines hummed to life, filling the air with a low, vibrating pulse that seemed to echo the heartbeat of the expedition itself. The sky was awash with fading orange and purple hues, the dying light lending an eerie glow that cloaked the ships in both beauty and foreboding. Elara stood at the helm, her fingers tightening round the railing. The weight of command pressed down on her, but so did a fierce determination. The enemy was coming, but now, with Lena's crucial intelligence, they were not blind to the threat. They could prepare, adapt, and fight back. "This is it," she murmured to herself, eyes fixed on the gathering storm of shapes in the distance. For Skyfold, for the crew, for redemption. The wind whipped around her, carrying the scent of ozone and distant thunder. Somewhere deep within her, the old fears stirred memories of past failures and lost comrades. But they were tempered by something new, hope, fierce and unyielding. As the first stars began to pierce the twilight, a sharp crackle came over the comms. Lena's voice cut through the tension. "They're moving in fast. Brace yourselves." Elara inhaled deeply, steeling herself. The enemy was near. The battle for the skies was about to begin. Below deck, Kesmarlo tightened her grip on her instruments, eyes wide but resolute. The young apprentice was feeling the weight of the moment, but under Elara's mentorship, she was learning what it truly meant to lead when the skies darkened. In the shadows of the approaching fleet, Captain Riven Kale watched from his flagship, cold grey eyes gleaming with ruthless intent. His mechanical arm flexed, a silent reminder of past betrayals fueling his drive for domination. To him, this battle was more than strategy, it was personal. Back on the expedition's ships, the crew braced for the oncoming storm. Every whispered prayer, every held breath was a testament to their shared resolve. The enemy approached, but so did the unbreakable spirit of those who dared to reclaim the lost Skylands. And as the first clash of engines and steel echoed across the vast floating continent, Elara knew this night would change everything. The enemy approaches. The skies hold their breath. The campaign continues. Thunder rumbled as the first cannon shots shattered the uneasy silence, shaking the decks of the expedition's airships. Elara Voss stood at the helm of the flagship, her hands steady on the weathered wheel, eyes sharp beneath furrowed brows. The storm was no ally, but it was the only cover she could trust. Around her, the fleet braced for the full force of Captain Riven Kale's assault. "All hands, brace for impact." Elara's voice rang out over the cacophony, calm but unyielding. Her crew scrambled to their stations, the air thick with the acrid temps of gunpowder and ozone. Lightning forked across the sky, illuminating the jagged silhouettes of enemy ships emerging like predators from the tempest. Yarick Thorn's ship swooped in from the flank, cutting through sheets of rain and gusts that threatened to rip sails from their masts. His scarred face was set in a mask of grim determination, every maneuver executed with the reckless precision that had earned him both loyalty and fear among his crew. "Keep their eyes off the flagship," he barked, firing volleys that sent splinters flying from Kale's vessels. Below decks, Myra, Solon, and Tauren Vex coordinated emergency repairs and medical aid. Smoke curled from a breached hull, and the groans of the wounded underscored the price of survival. Mira's fingers worked quickly, adjusting intricate mechanisms salvaged from the lost Skylands, while Tauren barked orders to secure the perimeter and repel boarders. Elara's gaze flicked to the shifting currents on her star charts, her mind racing. The The storm was a volatile alether, very chaos Kale sought to exploit could become their salvation. "Prepare to ride the updrafts," she commanded, voice low but urgent. "We'll use the storm against them." Her crew hesitated, the risks clear, but Elara's steady resolve galvanized them. The flagship lurched upward, sails snapping taut as they caught the violent winds. The other ships followed, a coordinated dance of survival and strategy as they navigated the turbulent skies. Kale's fleet, caught off guard by the sudden maneuver, faltered, their formation breaking under the strain. In the chaos, Elara's personal demons flickered at the edges of her focus memories of the catastrophic expedition that had shattered her reputation. But now, amid the roar of battle and the crackle of electricity, she was no longer the haunted navigator of the past. She was a leader, a beacon of hope for her crew and the future of Skyfold. The battle raged, each exchange testing the limits of endurance and courage. Garrick's ship danced through lightning strikes, his quick thinking saving several vessels from certain destruction. Mira's engineering ingenuity kept the fleet's engines humming despite the damage, while Torin's fierce defense repelled boarding parties with brutal efficiency. As the storm began to wane, Kale's fleet retreated, battered and disorganized. The cost had been high ships lost, friends fallen, but the expedition held the contested sky. Elara allowed herself a brief, exhausted breath. The skies were still treacherous, the future uncertain, but for the first time in a long while, hope pulsed strong through the clouds. "This is just the beginning," she murmured, eyes scanning the horizon where dawn threatened the storm's remnants. "Skyfold's fate is ours to shape." The wind whispered through the rigging, carrying with it the promise of new challenges and the unyielding spirit of those who dared to claim the skies. The clash of airships had begun in a violent crescendo. The first cannonballs tore through sails, sending shreds of canvas fluttering like wounded birds caught in the tempest. Thunder rolled, a deafening drum that echoed the pounding of hearts aboard the fleet. Elara's voice cut through the storm's chaos, steady and commanding. "Steady, hold your stations." Yarek's ship darted through the maelstrom, a streak of sun-bleached defiance against the grey sky. His scarred face was taut with focus as he executed daring maneuvers that both frustrated and enraged Kale's forces. "They won't get past me," he shouted over the roaring wind, twin pistols blazing. The flagship shuddered as a direct hit struck its port side, wood splintering and sparks flying. Mira and Torin sprung into action, coordinating damage control teams with practiced efficiency. "Patch the hull," Torin barked, his broad shoulders a reassuring presence amidst the smoke and chaos. Elara's eyes flicked to the star charts, the constellations now hidden beneath angry clouds. Trusting her instincts, she gave the order that would change the battle's course. "Prepare for the updrafts. We'll use the storm to outflank them." The wind howled in response as the fleet surged upward, the ships leaning into the tempest as they rode the invisible waves of air. Kale's fleet struggled to maintain formation, their ships buffered and unsteady. Ilara's gamble paid off, turning the tide as her forces gained the high ground. Amid the swirling fury, Ilara's thoughts briefly slipped to the past visions of the failed expedition that had nearly broken her. But the faces of her crew, their unwavering trust and fierce determination, anchored her in the present. She was no longer alone. The battle reached its zenith as the fleets clashed in a maelstrom of cannon fire, lightning and thunder. Yarek's ship tangled with Kale's flagship, a deadly dance of steel and smoke. Mira's quick repairs kept the engines humming, while Torin's brutal reprisals kept enemy boarders at bay. As the storm began to abate, the battered remnants of Kale's fleet withdrew into the clouds, defeated but unbroken. Elara stood at the helm, breath ragged but spirit unyielding. The Skylands were theirs, but the war for Skyfold's future was far from over. "Hold fast," she said, voice low but fierce. "This victory is our dawn." The first light pierced the storm's veil, casting a fragile glow over the floating continent. Above the battered decks, hope soared on wings of wind and steel. Elara Voss stood resolute at the helm of the flagship, her knuckles white as she gripped the polished wood of the wheel. Rain hammered against the viewport, streaking the glass with a watery veil that distorted the jagged shapes of enemy airships looming just beyond. The scent of ozone mixed with the acrid smoke of cannon fire filled the cramped bridge. Every sense heightened as the battle threatened to spiral beyond control. "They're closing in fast," Lena Oris called out from her station, her voice tight but steady as her fingers danced over the communication panels, intercepting another volley of signals. "They're coordinating an encirclement." Elara's sharp eyes flicked to the flickering screens, then back to the storm-racked horizon. The Sky Pirates under Captain Riven Kale had brought a formidable fleet, their numbers pressing hard against the expedition's defenses. Each moment stretched thin with mounting peril. "Yarek, where's your squadron?" Elara demanded, voice cutting through the cacophony. From the open hatch, Garrick Thorne's gruff voice answered, heavy with urgency. "Holding the eastern flank, but we're taking heavy fire. One of our ships took a direct hit and is going down fast." A sudden blast rocked the flagship, the entire vessel shuddering as cannonballs slammed against its reinforced hull. Elara's heart thudded painfully, but her face remained a mask of calm. "We can't hold the line much longer. We need a new plan, fast." Garrick stormed up to the bridge, water dripping from his sun-bleached hair, a grim smile tugging at his scarred jaw. "I say, we take the fight to them, hit their supply ships, break their formation." Elara hesitated, weighing the risks. The storms swirling overhead were ruthless, the unpredictable air currents as dangerous as any enemy cannon. Yet hesitation could mean doom. "It's risky," she admitted, "but if we can flank them through the storm corridor to the south, we might catch them off guard." "A death trap," Yarek muttered, but his eyes gleamed with the fire of battle. "Then it's a good thing we've got nothing to lose." Tauren Vex appeared at the doorway, his broad shoulders tense beneath his soaked coat. "If we pull this off, we'll need every hand ready for close combat. They won't give up without a fight." Elara nodded, feeling the weight of command settle fully on her shoulders. "Prepare the crews. We make our move now." The fleet shuddered as the flagship veered sharply, slicing into the howling gale. Lightning forked across the sky, illuminating the desperate faces of the crew as they braced for the storm's wrath. Through the viewport, the narrow corridor of turbulent clouds beckoned like a gauntlet thrown down. "Hold tight," Elara shouted, voice barely audible over the storm. The flagship plunged into the swirling tempest, the wind screaming past like a living thing intent on tearing them apart. Garrick's squadron followed, engines straining against the violent gusts. Cannon fire streaked like deadly comets, exploding in fiery bursts that lit the darkness. One ship was caught in a blast, plummeting with a shuddering cry that echoed through the fleet. On the flagship's deck, Tauren met the first wave of attackers with brutal efficiency. His scarred fists landed heavy blows, each strike a testament to his fierce loyalty and unyielding resolve. Around him, the crew fought with desperation, their faces grim in the storm's harsh light. Below decks, Lena Oris worked feverishly, intercepting enemy signals and relaying critical information. Sweat mingled with rain on her brow as she whispered warnings that kept the fleet just one step ahead of disaster. The gamble was perilous. The storm battered them relentlessly, threatening to tear the ships apart before the enemy could. Yet, as they emerged from the corridor, the enemy fleet was thrown into disarray, caught off guard by the audacity of the maneuver. Now, Elara commanded, "Strike hard while their formation is broken." The sky pirate captain grinned, teeth flashing white against his sun-bleached hair. With pleasure, the battle turned. The expedition's forces rallied, exploiting the momentary chaos to press their advantage. Airships clashed in brutal combat, the storm's fury lending a wild edge to the fight. Through it all, Elara's mind raced, balancing strategy with instinct, every decision a knife edge between victory and annihilation. As the last of Kael's ships began to fall back, battered and scattered, Elara allowed herself a breath of relief. The cost had been high ships lost, comrades wounded, but the fleet had survived. Yet even in triumph, the weight of what lay ahead pressed heavy. The battle was won, but the war for Skyfold skies was far from over. Elara met Jarek's eyes across the deck, a silent acknowledgement passing between them. They had danced on the edge of desperation and lived to fight another day. "This isn't over," she said quietly. Jarek's grin was wry, but there was respect there, tempered by the fire of survival. "No, it's not. But we're still breathing, and as long as we do, we fight." The storm began to ease, the first pale hues of dawn breaking through the clouds. Skyfold's endless skies stretched before them, wild, uncertain, and waiting. Elara squared her shoulders, the sharp eyes of a leader reborn. The edge of desperation had been crossed, and from it a fierce hope had been forged. The campaign for the skies was far from finished, but tonight, the stars seemed to shine just a little brighter for those who dared to reach for them. Elara Voss stood at the prow of her flagship, the Ether's Reach, her sharp eyes fixed on the dark silhouette of the approaching enemy vessel. The wind whipped her dark braid around her face, stinging her cheeks with the brine of the upper atmosphere and the scent of ozone. Around her, the crew moved with tense purpose, their faces pale but resolute beneath the storm's furious symphony. This was the moment she had dreaded and prepared for, the confrontation that would decide the fate of the Skylands and the fragile future of Skyfold itself. "Captain Voss, they're gaining fast." Lena Oris called from the communications mast, her voice steady despite the crackling static. Elara nodded, her jaw tightening. "Hold formation, we'll meet them head-on. This ends today." Her thoughts flickered to the man who commanded the looming enemy ship, Captain Rivenkael. He was more than a ruthless pirate or rival. He was the embodiment of the chaos that had long threatened to tear Skyfold apart. His cold grey eyes haunted her, a mirror of the merciless storm that had once undone her, and now she would face him directly. Below decks, the crew braced for the battle. Jarek Thorn, rugged and unyielding, barked orders as he prepared the skyfighters for the skirmish. His sun-bleached hair was wild in the gusts, and the scar above his left eye twitched with the tension of the coming clash. "Ready the cannons," Jarek shouted. "We'll send Kael to the depths if he wants this fight." Tauren, Vex, broad-shouldered and scarred, stood near the armory, checking weapons and rallying the security teams. His piercing blue eyes scanned the horizon with a vigilance born of countless battles. The weight of responsibility pressed down on him like the heavy clouds above. As the enemy fleet closed, the airships lurched in the violent currents, the Ether's Reach listing slightly before steadying. Elara's hands gripped the railing, knuckles white. Inside, a storm raged not only in the skies, but within her, a tempest of doubt, guilt, and fierce resolve. The first volley of cannon fire shattered the tense silence, exploding against the Ether's Reach's reinforced hull. Shouts and the clang of metal echoed across the deck as the crew sprang into action. Elara barked commands, her voice cutting through the chaos like a blade. Hold steady, return fire, protect the flanks. Yarick's squadron darted through the smoke and rain, weaving between enemy fire with deadly precision. His laughter, rough and defiant, rang out over the roar of cannons. Come on, Kale, show me what you've got. The battle raged with a brutal intensity, each side fighting for control of the precious skyland below. Ilara's eyes never left the enemy flagship, where Kale stood like a spectre of Doomtool, imposing, his mechanical arm gleaming coldly in the intermittent flashes of lightning. When the enemy flagship finally drew alongside the Aether's reach, Elara made her move. With Yarick's support, she led a boarding party across the narrow gangplank, the storm's fury muffling their footsteps. The deck of Kale's ship was a wreck of splintered wood and twisted metal, the remnants of the fierce skirmish. Kale awaited her, his cold gaze locking with hers like the clash of two storms. Voss, he said, voice low and venomous. You've come far, but this ends here. Elara steadied her breath, the weight of every failure she'd ever borne pressing down, yet she stood tall. No, Kale. This is where your chaos ends. Their duel was swift and merciless. Kale's mechanical arm swung with deadly force, but Elara's agility and quick thinking kept her one step ahead. Each clang of metal echoed the battle for not just territory, but for redemption and hope. At a critical moment, Elara fainted, then drove her blade past Kale's guard, forcing him to stagger back. The cold grey eyes widened a flicker of surprise, then something darker. You may have won today, Kale spat, but the skies never stay still. Ilara's grip tightened. Neither do I. As Kale yielded, the tide of battle shifted. The enemy fleet began to falter, their cohesion breaking beneath the renewed vigor of Elara's crew. Garrick's voice crackled over the comms, triumphant yet cautious. They're pulling back. We've got the skies. Back on the Aether's reach, the crew erupted in cautious cheers, the storm beginning to abate as dawn's first pale light seeped through the clouds. Tauren Vex moved among the wounded, his blue eyes reflecting both the cost of victory and the promise of survival. Elara stood at the bow once more, breathing deeply, the weight of the battle still heavy on her shoulders. She looked to the horizon, where the lost skylands stretched out, newly reclaimed but fragile. Her journey was far from over, but in this moment, beneath the clearing skies, Elara Voss embraced her destiny not as a fallen star, but as a leader among the clouds. The turning point had come, and with it, a new dawn for Skyfold. The storm had broken, but its echoes lingered in every gust that swept across the deck. Elara's victory was hard won, etched into the scars on the ship and the weary faces of her crew. Yet the true battle of trust, leadership, and the uncertain future had only just begun. As she prepared to chart the next course across the shifting skies, one question remained burning in her mind. Could she hold the fragile peace they had fought so fiercely to win? The skies awaited her answer. The sky above the contested skyland was a war zone, a roiling mass of storm clouds, illuminated intermittently by lightning forks, casting brief, harsh light onto the chaos below. Airships darted and wheeled like predatory birds, their engines groaning against the turbulent winds as cannon fire shattered the charged atmosphere. Elara Voss stood rigid on the bridge of the flagship, the wind tugging at her dark braid and the cold sting of rain mingling with the grime on her weathered face. She was every inch the leader now, eyes sharp, scanning the volatile battlefield with a mixture of calculation and fierce determination. The flickering glow of navigational displays cast eerie shadows across her features, highlighting the tight line of her jaw and the slight tremor in her hands that she refused to acknowledge. "Hold formation," she commanded, her voice cutting through the static-laden comms. "Focus, fire on the Eastern Winkal's flagship is weakening." Her words were met with a chorus of acknowledgements and the clatter of weaponry shifting targets. Beside her, Yarick Thorn leaned into the rail, sun-bleached hair plastered to his forehead, a scarred hand gripping the edge as he shouted encouragement to the pilots. The battle surged and swayed like a living storm. Explosions blossomed in fiery bursts, sending shockwaves that rattled the bones. The crew fought with everything they had, their faces etched with strain and resolve. Mira Solon worked feverishly below decks, her slender fingers coaxing the ancient technology back to life, providing crucial tactical advantages. Taurin Vex barked orders to security teams, repelling boarding parties with brutal efficiency. Amid the cacophony, Elara's mind flashed back to the disaster that had defined her past, the catastrophic miscalculation that had shattered her reputation. Now, every decision bore the weight of that memory, driving her to push beyond fear and self-doubt. "Yarick now," she called, seizing the moment as the enemy flagship faltered. With a coordinated surge, their fleet closed in, unleashing a barrage that tore through Kale's defenses. The enemy flagship shuddered, sparks flying from its mechanical arm as it was raked by fire. But victory was not without cost. Across the fleet, ships burned and fell, and cries of the wounded pierced the storm's roar. The deck beneath Elara's boots was slick with rain and spilled oil, the faces of fallen comrades haunting her gaze. Lena Oris relayed urgent reports of casualties, her usually steady voice breaking, as the enemy flagship exploded in a final, brilliant flare. Signaling the collapse of Captain Riven Kale's command, a heavy silence fell over the surviving vessels. The storm began to abate, leaving a bruised sky streaked with fading lightning. The crew gathered on the deck of the flagship, their expressions a painful mixture of relief and mourning. Elara moved among them, offering quiet words, her own throat tight with grief. Kesmarlo clung to her side, eyes wide with the rawness of loss, yet bright with hope. Garrick stood apart for a moment, staring out over the reclaimed Skylander, battered but victorious prize. "We did it," he said finally, voice rough. "But at what price?" Elara nodded solemnly. "We honor those we lost by holding this ground, by building something better. This is only the beginning." As dawn broke, the first golden rays pierced the dispersing clouds, casting a hopeful light over the battered fleet. Elara and Yarick shared a brief, wordless moment of understanding, the fragile trust and bond forged in the crucible of battle. The horizon promised new challenges, but also the chance for redemption, for a future shaped by courage and unity. The victory was bittersweet. Skyfold's skies were quieter now, but the war for its soul was far from over. Elara's heart steeled itself for the trials ahead, knowing that to lead was to carry both the burden of loss and the spark of hope within the same breath. "Prepare for repairs," Elara ordered softly, eyes fixed on the rising sun, "and ready the crew. Skyfold needs us still." The campaign had reached its turning point. The lost Skylands were reclaimed, but the price paid would echo in every flight yet to come. And as the wind whispered through the masts and rigging, it carried with it the promise of new dawns and new storms. The skies were theirs, but the future remained unwritten. Elara Voss stood silently on the deck of the lead airship, the horizon painted in muted tones of dawn. The reclaimed skylands stretched before her, vast and still, their jagged edges softened by the early light. The silence around her was profound, broken only by the low hum of the ship's engines and the occasional creak of rigging swaying in the gentle breeze. It was a silence heavy with loss and cautious hope, the kind that only follows a hard-won victory. Behind her, the crew moved with quiet purpose, tending to their wounded and repairing the scars left by the fierce battle. Torrin Vex barked orders to the security teams, his broad frame cutting a commanding figure even in the subdued atmosphere. His piercing blue eyes scanned the horizon, alert despite the brief reprieve. Nearby, Myra Solon carefully sorted through salvaged pieces of ancient technology, her slender fingers tracing the delicate mechanisms as if to unlock secrets still whispered by the lost Skylands. Her pale silver hair caught the faint light as she worked, casting a ghostly glow. In the council chamber aboard the flagship, the atmosphere was charged with tension. Representatives from the various political factions gathered around a heavy oak table, their faces etched with exhaustion and suspicion. Heated voices rose and fell, accusations and demands tossed like weapons in the confined space. Yet beneath the surface, there was an unspoken understanding. The battle had changed everything. The fragile balance of power in Skyfold was no longer what it had been. Slowly, grudgingly, the factions agreed to a ceasefire, recognizing the expedition's claim over the contested territories. The air was thick with distrust, but also with the tentative threads of diplomacy weaving a new, uncertain peace. Below decks, Elara found a rare moment of solitude. Yarrick Thorn sat across from her, nursing a bruised shoulder. His usual brash demeanor was tempered by fatigue, replaced by a quiet vulnerability that few had seen. Their eyes met, and for a moment, the unspoken bond between them spoke louder than any words. The battle had tested their leadership, their trust, and their mettle, and though scars remained, so did a growing respect. They exchanged weary smiles, small gestures that hinted at an alliance forged, not just in necessity, but in shared survival. Meanwhile, Lino Oris worked diligently at the communications console, her fingers flying over the controls as she intercepted and decoded transmissions. The signals were sparse, but significant whispers of unrest, movements of mercenary bands, and subtle shifts in faction allegiances. Her sharp eyes flicked between screens, alert to every nuance that might signal new threats or opportunities. The peace was fragile, and the skies of Skyfold remained as unpredictable as ever. Elara's thoughts drifted back to the cost of their victory. The faces of fallen comrades haunted her, their sacrifices etched into the fabric of the reclaimed Skylands. Yet, beneath the weight of grief was a spark, a fierce, unyielding hope. The expedition had not only secured territory, but had reshaped the future of Skyfold. Ancient technologies uncovered by Myra hinted at untapped potentials, while the uneasy alliances formed in the wake of battle promised new paths forward. As the sun climbed higher, casting light on the floating countenance's vast expanse, Elara felt a stirring within her, a renewal of purpose. The road ahead would be fraught with challenges, political intrigue, and the ever-present dangers of the skies. But she was no longer the disgraced navigator of the past. She was a leader, tempered by fire and forged in the crucible of conflict. The chapter closed on a horizon filled with both shadows and promise. The fragile peace, a delicate thread holding the future of Skyfold in balance. In the quiet aftermath, Elara and her crew prepared to face whatever storms might come, united by the trials behind them and the uncertain dawn before them. Elara Voss stood alone on the deck of the flagship, the vast expanse of the floating continents, skies stretching endlessly above her. Stars spattered the heavens like scattered jewels, their cold light piercing the darkness. Her eyes, sharp and searching, traced the familiar constellation's anchors in a sea of shifting clouds and uncertain futures. Yet tonight, they offered no solace. Instead, her mind was a tempest of recollections, memories of that fateful day when her reckoning began. She inhaled deeply, the cold air filling her lungs as her fingers trembled slightly against the brass of the ship's railing. The echoes of her past failure reverberated in her chest. The miscalculation that had cost lives, shattered trust, and cast her into disgrace. The weight of that error had settled like a stone in her heart. Yet now, standing beneath the endless sky, she knew she could no longer carry it alone. Turning away from the stars, Elara descended the narrow stairs to the common room where the crew gathered. The chatter hushed as she entered, eyes turning toward her, some wary, others curious, a few tinged with unspoken doubts. The room was dimly lit by lanterns that swung gently with the ship's motion, casting flickering shadows against the worn wood. Mira Solon was seated near the navigation table, her silver hair catching the light like spun metal. Tauren Vex stood near the doorway, his piercing blue eyes never leaving Elara's face. Taking a steadying breath, Elara stepped forward, her voice breaking the silence. "There's something I need to say." Her words carried the weight of years, forged in regret and tempered by resolve. "I have not always been the leader you deserve. My past mistakes nearly cost us everything." A hush fell over the room. The air was thick with tension, the kind that precedes either fracture or unity. Elara's gaze swept across the faces before her, the cautious hope in Yorick's eyes, the quiet understanding in Myra's expression, the stoic patience of Tauren. "I was reckless once," she continued, "and that recklessness nearly ended this journey before it began. But I have learned. I have fought to earn your trust, and I vow to lead this expedition with all I have left." For a long moment, no one spoke. Then Yarick Thorn stepped forward, his rugged frame casting a long shadow in the lantern light. His sun-bleached hair was tousled, and the scar over his left eye seemed to deepen as he fixed her with a steady gaze. "You're carrying a lot, Elara," he said gruffly, his voice rough but sincere. "But maybe it's time you stopped carrying it alone. We're with you, all of us." The room relaxed, the tension easing like a storm passing over distant clouds. Murmurs of agreement rippled through the crew, a tangible shift in the air. Elara felt the walls around her heart begin to crumble, replaced by a fragile but fierce hope. Myra stepped forward, her voice calm but firm. "Your honesty is a strength, Elara. It reminds us that leadership isn't about perfection, it's about courage, even when you're scared." Tauren nodded, crossing his arms. "We've all got our ghosts. What matters is how we face them together." Elara's eyes glistened with unshed tears, but this time they were not of sorrow. They were of gratitude and newfound resolve. She moved to the navigation table, spreading out the ancient maps that had guided them thus far. The worn parchment was a tapestry of uncharted territories and forgotten secrets, the very essence of their perilous quest. "Look here," Elara said, tracing a jagged line with a steady finger. "This is where we make our stand. The Lost Skyland, the heart of our mission. We face dangers ahead, storms, enemies, our own fears, but we will face them as one." Garek leaned in, his usual bravado tempered by respect. "Lead us there, Elara. We follow you." A sense of unity settled over the group as fingers traced the routes, voices low but resolute. The hum of the airship's engines thrummed beneath their feet, a steady heartbeat echoing their shared determination. As the night deepened, Elara allowed herself a moment to reflect. The reckoning with her past was not an end, but a beginning, a crucible through which she would forge not only her own redemption, but the future of Skyfold itself. The fragile trust she had earned was a beacon amid chaos, a promise that together they could chart a new course among the shifting skies. The dawn would come soon, and with it the challenges that awaited. But for the first time in a long while, Elara Voss felt ready to meet them, head held high, heart unburdened, and spirit unyielding. And so, beneath the vast canvas of the morning sky, the campaign moved forward, a testament to courage, trust, and the unbreakable bonds forged among the clouds. The story was far from over, but the reckoning had been made. Elara Voss stood at the bow, her lean silhouette framed against the awakening horizon. The vast expanse of reclaimed territories stretched beneath her gazer, testament to trials endured, battles fought, and a fragile peace, hard won. Around her, the stirring crew gathered, their faces alight with a mixture of exhaustion and exhilaration, ready to chart the next chapter of their journey. "We've come far," Elara began, her voice steady but carrying the weight of everything they had overcome. "But this is just the beginning. The skies beyond these lands hold secrets and challenges we've only just begun to glimpse." A murmur of agreement rippled through the group. From the seasoned veterans to the fresh-faced apprentices, the crew felt the pull of the unknown, the call to explore the shifting borders and uncharted currents of Skyfold. Near the navigation chamber, Kesmalo sat hunched over a spread of star charts and ancient maps, her youthful face illuminated by the soft glow of lantern light. Mira Solon leaned in beside her, offering guidance but allowing the eager apprentice to lead the interpretations. Kess's fingers traced constellations with reverence, her bright eyes reflecting the wonder of discovery. "Look here," Myra said softly, pointing to an obscure marking that had escaped notice. "This could be a route to the northern reaches territories, lost to time, but ripe with potential." Kess nodded, determination tightening her jaw. "If we can navigate those currents, we might unlock the secrets that have eluded even the greatest explorers." Meanwhile, in the ship's galley, the atmosphere was markedly lighter. Yarrick Thorn and Elara exchanged stories, their laughter echoing against the wooden beams. The tension that had once marked their interactions had softened, replaced by a growing trust forged in shared hardship. "You ever think about what comes after all this?" Yarrick asked, swirling a cup of steaming brew. Elara smiled, the lines of fatigue softened by genuine warmth. "Every day, I think about the Skyfolds we haven't charted yet, the alliances we need to build, and the legacy we leave behind." "Sounds like you're ready to lead us into that future," Yarrick said, a rare note of respect in his voice. Across the deck, Torin Vex stood sentinel, his broad frame steady against the breeze. His piercing blue eyes scanned the horizon, alert for any sign of threat. The scars that marked his skin were badges of survival, but his gaze was fixed firmly on the peace they had fought to establish. As the crew gathered later that day in the Great Hall, Elara outlined the plans for expansion. The goals were ambitious: to chart new skylands, secure alliances with distant factions, and uncover the ancient technologies hinted at by Myra's discoveries. This was a campaign not only for territory but for the future of Skyfold itself. Kess stepped forward, her voice carrying the quiet confidence she had begun to nurture. "I'm ready to take on more responsibility. Elara has taught me much, and I want to help guide us through what lies ahead." A hush fell over the room as eyes turned to her. Elara's heart swelled with pride, not just for Kess's growth, but for what it symbolized: the passing of the torch, the promise of continuity. "You have my full support," Elara said, placing a hand on Kess's shoulder. "The future belongs to those brave enough to claim it." The days that followed were filled with preparations and strategy sessions. The crew worked tirelessly, fueled by a shared sense of purpose and the exhilarating possibility of discovery. The fragile peace they had won was a foundation, not a destination. As twilight descended, Elara found herself once more at the bow, the cool air whispering round her. Beside her, Kes joined quietly, their eyes meeting in the dimming light. "What do you see?" Elara asked. "Possibility," Kes replied, a bright smile breaking through. "A future waiting to be written." Elara nodded, the weight of past failures lifting, replaced by a hopeful determination. The skies of Skyfold stretched infinite and inviting an uncharted expanse where every horizon held a new beginning. And so, with the wind at their backs and the stars to guide them, the expedition set its sights on new horizons, ready to face whatever challenges the shifting skies would bring. She stood rigid on the deck of the flagship, the wind biting against her weathered face, tugging at the edges of her dark braid. The distant rumble of thunder rolled across the horizon, a low growl that seemed to echo the unease in her chest. Despite the triumph of reclaiming these lost territories, an unshakable shadow lingered. The fragile peace was only a veil, a thin curtain stretched across the precarious balance of power in Skyfold. Around her, the crew moved with quiet purpose, their faces etched with exhaustion, but also with a simmering determination. Yarek Thorn approached, his tall frame casting a long shadow in the setting sun, the familiar scar over his left eye catching the fading light. "Storm's coming," he said gruffly, voice low but steady, "and not just the weather." Elara nodded, eyes never leaving the distant clouds that churned like restless beasts. "We've won the Skylands, but the skies themselves don't belong to anyone yet." Inside the ship, the hum of machinery and the sharp beeps of instruments filled the cramped communications room where Lena Oris worked diligently. The glow from the screens reflected in her sharp eyes as she intercepted a coded transmission. The message was brief but clear. New players were eyeing the reclaimed territories, sending signals laced with veiled threats and promises of power. Lena's fingers danced across the console, decoding the transmission with practiced ease. Her face tightened as she realized the implications. "They're not finished with us," she murmured, eyes flicking up to Elara, who had just entered. "Then neither are we," Elara replied, voice steady but tinged with the weight of responsibility. In the observation cabin, Elara and Yorick shared a rare moment of quiet. The tension between them softened by the understanding forged through countless battles and close calls. The dim light cast long shadows across the walls, and outside, the wind whispered warnings through the rigging. "We've come far," Yorick said, voice rough but sincere. "But I don't think this is the end of it." Elara met his gaze, the fierce determination in her eyes matching his own. "No, it's just the beginning." Beyond the ship, Tauren Vex patrolled the perimeter of the newly established camp. His broad shoulders were tense beneath his worn leather armor, piercing blue eyes scanning the encroaching shadows beneath restless clouds. The soft thud of his boots was the only sound as he moved like a ghost across the soft turf, every sense alert to the slightest disturbance. He knew the crew was vulnerable now, the hard-won victory a beacon that would attract enemies lurking in the dark corners of Skyfold. Tauren's grip tightened on the hilt of his weapon as a faint rustling caught his attention. The shadows seemed to pulse with unseen movement, and a cold shiver ran down his spine. Skyfold's skies were no longer just a battlefield. They were a hunting ground, and the hunted must be ready. Back aboard the flagship, Elara gathered her key officers, Myra Solon, Lena Oris, Tauren Vex, and Yorick Thorn in the strategy room. The air was thick with the scent of oil and parchment, the walls lined with maps and charts, illuminated by flickering lamps. "We've reclaimed the Skylands," Elara began, voice carrying the weight of command. "But our enemies won't rest. We face not just rival factions, but shadows that move unseen." Mira nodded solemnly, fingers tracing the ancient lines on a map. "I've been studying the artifacts we recovered. There are technologies here that could shift the balance of power if we understand them before others do." Lena added, "I intercepted messages from groups we hadn't encountered before. They're well organized, well funded. Political puppeteers pulling strings from the shadows." Yorick cracked his knuckles, a rare sign of tension. "Let them come. We'll be ready." Torin's voice was steady, a rock amidst uncertainty. "We hold the line. But we need to be vigilant. The crew, the ships, the Skylands, no weak links." Elara looked around at the faces she trusted most. The path ahead was fraught with danger, but it was theirs to walk. "We've weathered storms, betrayal, and battle. We'll face whatever comes next together." As the meeting broke, Elara lingered at the window, watching the horizon where the storm gathered. Lightning forked through the sky, illuminating the floating isles in stark relief. The air thrummed with electric promise, a reminder that, in Skyfold, peace was never permanent, and the fight for survival was unending. Below deck, Marlowe practiced her navigation drills under Mira's watchful eye. The young apprentice's hands steady despite the storm outside. Myra's calm voice guided her through complex star charts and ancient coordinates, a beacon of hope for the future of exploration. "You're learning quickly," Mira said, a rare smile softening her features. "One day you'll chart these skies better than any of us." Kess's eyes shone with determination. "I'll make sure we're ready for whatever comes." Night deepened, and the crew settled into uneasy rest. Yet the shadows persisted, whispered rumors, unseen watchers, the ever-present tension of a world on the brink of change. Elara lay awake, the weight of leadership settling on her like a mantle both heavy and vital. The reclaimed Skylands were a victory, yes, but one shadowed by the certainty that the skies of Skyfold would never be truly safe. New alliances would be forged, old wounds reopened, and the line between friend and foe blurred in the ever-shifting currents above. Elara closed her eyes, drawing strength from the faces of those who trusted her. Yurek, Mia, Torin, Lena, Kees. A family forged in the clouds. Tomorrow they would face the unknown once more. And when the dawn broke over Skyfold, it would bring with it the first light of a new chapter, one where shadows persisted but hope burned brighter than ever. Mira Solon sat hunched over a translucent schematic, her silver hair catching the glow as her slender fingers traced the delicate lines of a design older than any she had encountered before. Around her, the murmurs of the crew faded into a distant hum, the world narrowing to the intricate blueprint unfolding beneath her gaze. This changes everything," Myra whispered to herself, breath catching. The blueprint detailed a device unlike any known to modern Skyfold engineers, a dormant core, capable of stabilizing, or, if misused, disrupting the very energy that kept the continent afloat. For years, legends had whispered of such technology, but none had dared to believe it real. Elara Voss approached quietly, her sharp eyes reflecting a mixture of curiosity and concern. "What have you found?" Myra looked up, her voice steady despite the storm of emotions inside her. "A legacy buried deep beneath the lost Skylands. This device, it's the heart of Skyfold's existence. If we can harness it, we might secure peace for the shifting borders. But if it falls into the wrong hands, Elara's jaw tightened. The recent skirmishes with Captain Rivencale's forces were still fresh scars on their resolve. We must be cautious. This knowledge makes us a beacon for every faction hungry for power. The weight of responsibility settled heavily between them. Elsewhere on the airship, Tauren Vex paced the corridors, his broad frame tense beneath the dim lighting. His piercing blue eyes darted to every shadow, every whispered conversation among the crew. The revelation had spread like wildfire, igniting debates and fears. Tauren's role as protector had never felt more crucial. In the mess hall, a heated conversation unfolded between Mira and Yarrick Thorn. The rugged pilot, with his sun-bleached hair and scarred visage, leaned forward, voice low but intense. "You want to share this with the factions?" Yarrick asked, skepticism clear in his tone. "That's a death sentence for us all." Mira met his gaze evenly. "Secrecy may keep us safe for now, but ignorance could doom Skyfold. We need allies, not enemies." Yarrick's jaw clenched. "Trust is earned in these skies, Mira. And right now, you're asking for a leap into the unknown." The tension between them was palpable. A clash of pragmatism and idealism, of caution and hope. Back in the observation deck, Elara stood alone, staring out at the swirling mists encasing the floating islands below. Thunder rumbled softly in the distance, echoing the turmoil within her. The discoveries made by Mira had opened a door to possibilities and dangers alike. How they walked through it would decide not just the expedition's fate, but that of Skyfold itself. As night deepened, the crew gathered for a council. Voices rose and fell, arguments punctuated by the weight of Mira's findings. Elara listened, balancing the need for transparency against the imperative of security. The fragile alliances that had carried them this far now teetered on the brink of fracture. "We stand at a crossroads," Elara declared, her voice clear and commanding. "The legacy uncovered is a gift, but also a burden. We must protect it, not just for ourselves, but for all who call Skyfold home." The crew nodded, some reluctantly, others with fierce determination. The path ahead was uncertain, tangled with political intrigue and the shadow of conflict. Yet within the unease, a spark of hope flickered a chance to redefine the future of their world. But as Mira returned to her work, the flickering lights cast long shadows on the walls, and the distant rumble of thunder grew louder. The scholar's legacy was now a beacon, drawing eyes from far and wide, heralding a new chapter in the ever-shifting saga of the floating continent. And the skies of Skyfold would never be the same. The chapter closed with the whispered question lingering in the air. How long could the fragile peace hold before the storms of ambition and fear tore it apart? The answer, Elara knew, would come on the winds of change. Tauren Vex stood at the prow of the flagship, his broad shoulders braced against the biting wind that whipped past his weathered face. His piercing blue eyes scanned the horizon, sharp and unyielding, tracing every ripple in the clouds, every flicker of light that might betray an approaching foe. The scars etched across his skin told stories of battles past, but today, there was a different kind of tension in the air of foreboding that unsettled even his seasoned instincts. Behind him, the crew busied themselves with final preparations. Elara Voss moved with quiet purpose, her dark braid swaying as she consulted her maps and instruments. Yarrick Thorn lounged near the helm, fingers drumming impatiently on the rail, his sun-bleached hair tangled from the wind. Mira Solin, ever the scholar, adjusted her tools in the engine room, readying for the technical challenges that might arise. But it was Tauren who held the weight of security on his broad shoulders. Suddenly, a sharp crack shattered the relative comma volley of cannon fire bursting from the swirling storm clouds to port. Explosions erupted along the side of a smaller airship, sending shards of wood and metal scattering like deadly hail. The fleet jolted, alarms blaring through the decks as the crew scrambled to battle stations. Two arms, Torin's voice cut through the chaos, commanding and resolute. Defend the fleet. Keep your positions tight. His bellow was met with rapid response, crews manning cannons, adjusting sails, and readying grappling hooks. Elara moved swiftly to the command center, her sharp eyes meeting Torin's. Report, she demanded. Ambush from the East mercenaries. Likely scouts for Kale's forces, Torin replied, already calculating their next move. The air crackled with energy as the enemy ships emerged from the storm's edge, sleek and deadly, bearing the black flags of mercenary bands. Torin directed the flagship's gunners with precise orders while coordinating with Yarrick, who took to the skies in his swift fighter craft, weaving through the maelstrom to intercept attackers. The battle was fierce and unrelenting. Torin's voice rose above the roar of cannon fire and the howling wind, rallying his comrades with a mix of stern commands and fierce encouragement. Hold the line. Protect the engines. Don't let them breach the hull. In the engine room, Myra's hands flew over the controls, repairing damage caused by stray fire. Torin descended briefly to cover her, his presence a steady shield against any boarding attempts. Their silent coordination spoke volumes, Truss, forged not just in words, but in action. Minutes stretched like hours as the skirmish raged. Eventually, the mercenaries faltered, repelled by the fleet's organized defense and Torin's unyielding vigilance. The storm clouds began to break, rays of pale sunlight piercing the grey veil. Torin returned to the deck, surveying the battered but intact fleet. His jaw was set, eyes scanning for lingering threats. Around him, the crew breathed a collective sigh of relief, yet the mood remained somber. The attack was a stark reminder. Peace in Skyfold was as fragile as the clouds themselves. Elara approached, placing a reassuring hand on Torin's shoulder. You held us together out there. The crew trusts you more than ever. Torin nodded, a rare softness in his gaze. I'm no hero, Elara, just doing what must be done. But we'll need to be ready. This was only the beginning. As the fleet regrouped, whispers circulated among the crew about the rising threats beyond the horizon. The fragile balance of power in Skyfold was shifting, and guardians like Torin would be vital to weather the storms yet to come. Night fell over the floating continent, the stars sparkling cold and distant. Below, the airships rested, battered but unbroken. Above, the skies held secrets and dangers in equal measure. Torin stood watch once more, a silent sentinel amid the drifting clouds, ready to defend the fragile hope that bound them all together. Yet, even as peace settled, the question lingered like a shadow in the back of every mind. How long could they hold the skies against the gathering storm? The answer, like the skies of Skyfold, remained uncertain, but one thing was clear. The guardians of the sky would not falter without a fight. Inside the command cabin, Elara Voss sat hunched over a scattering of intercepted communications, her sharp eyes scanning the shifting cryptic patterns. The glow of the star charts on the console cast a pale light across her weathered face, illuminating the tight set of her jaw and the intensity in her gaze. Outside, the distant rumble of turbulent air currents echoed the unrest brewing not only in the skies, but within the political heart of the floating continent. Another message, Lena Orris murmured from her station, fingers dancing over the signal interception devices. This one's encrypted in a new cipher. Someone doesn't want us to hear. Elara nodded, her thoughts racing. The peace forged after the hard battles to reclaim the lost Skylands was fragile, and beneath the surface, old rivalries festered. The very factions that had once fought openly were now weaving webs of deceit and subterfuge, threatening to unravel everything the expedition had achieved. Yarrick, Elara called, her voice low but firm. "I need you on the sky bridge. There's an envoy arriving from the Southern Isles. They're not here for pleasantries." Yarrick Thorne strode into the cabin with his usual brash confidence, the scar over his left eye tightening as he caught the tension in Elara's voice. "I'll make sure they leave with more questions than answers." The sky bridge was a narrow, swaying platform suspended between Sovereign and the neighboring airship Horizon's edge. The wind whipped through Yarrick's sun-bleached hair as he awaited the envoy's approach. When the figure emerged from the Meester tall, cloaked diplomat with eyes cold as steel, Yarrick's hand rested on the hilt of his blade. "You're far from home, envoy," Yarrick said, his tone a dangerous mix of challenge and warning. The envoy smiled thinly. "I come bearing offers of alliance, but trust is a currency as volatile as the skies we fly." Meanwhile, within the Sovereign's dimly lit chamber, Myra Solon and Tauren Vex pored over a recently discovered document, its aged parchment crackling softly under their careful hands. The text detailed a secret alliance between a faction of Sky pirates and a mercenary company loyal to Captain Riven Kale. The implications were dire, an organized threat capable of striking at the heart of the reclaimed territories. "We need to alert Elara," Mira said, her voice steady but laced with urgency. "If this alliance holds, it could undo months of progress." Tauren's piercing blue eyes narrowed. "And it means we'll have to be ready for a fight, not just with Kale's fleet, but with those who hide behind political facades." Back in the command cabin, Elara reviewed the intercepted messages again. The ciphers began to reveal patterns, coordinates, meeting times, veiled threats that painted a picture of a conspiracy reaching deep into the highest echelons of Skyfold's factions. The enemy was no longer just the Sky Pirates in open battle, but ghosts lurking in shadows, manipulating events to their advantage. Elara's mind raced to strategies. She understood the delicate balance she had to maintain. Expose the traitors and protect her crew without shattering the alliances she had fought so hard to build. The line between friend and foe blurred in the shifting skies. "Lena, keep monitoring all channels. Mira, Tauren, prepare contingencies. Yarrick, your task is to keep the envoy occupied but watch for signs of betrayal." Each member of the crew nodded, the weight of their roles pressing down like the heavy clouds outside. As the evening deepened, the Sovereign sailed on through the unseen storms of political intrigue, a beacon of hope and defiance in the uncertain expanse. Hours later, Elara stood alone on the observation deck, the cold wind tugging at her braid as she gazed into the swirling clouds below. The distant lights of rival airships blinked like wary eyes watching from the darkness. She whispered to herself, "We've reclaimed the skies, but can we hold them when the greatest threats come not from above, but from within?" A sudden alert snapped her attention back. Lena's voice crackled over the comms. Multiple encrypted transmissions detected coordinates match the secret alliance's meeting point. "They're moving tonight." Illyra's heart tightened. The unseen threats were mobilizing, and the true battle for Skyfold's future was about to begin. But this time, it would be a fight fought with shadows and secrets as much as with steel and fire. With a determined breath, Elara gathered her crew. "Prepare for what's coming. We protect what we've earned, not just with courage, but with cunning. The skies belong to those who dare to watch the unseen." The night deepened, and in the heart of Skyfold, the game of power took a darker turn weaving a web that would test every bond, every trust, and every hope the expedition carried. The unseen threats had arrived, and the skies would never be the same. The floating continent of Skyfold stretched before her, a vast expanse of drifting islands and swirling mists that promised both danger and opportunity. The first strands of sunlight pierced the lingering fog, painting the clouds in hues of gold and rose. Around her, the fleet hummed softly, airships bobbing gently against their moorings, their crews already stirring to prepare for the day ahead. Yarrick Thorne was already there, leaning casually against the railing with his arms crossed. His sun-bleached hair tousled by the breeze and the familiar scar over his left eye catching the light. Despite his usual bravado, there was a rare seriousness in his gaze as he watched the awakening sky. Elara approached silently, her footsteps muffled by the wooden planks beneath. "Morning," Yarrick said without turning, his voice low but steady. "Morning," Elara replied, standing beside him. For a moment, they simply watched the horizon together, the silence between them carrying the weight of unspoken words. The uneasy alliance forged through months of perilous flights and bitter arguments had begun to evolve into something more, something neither had expected but both needed. "You ready for today's flight?" Yarrick asked finally, glancing sideways. Elara nodded. "We have to be. The new data from Myra suggests the shifting currents near the northern borders are stabilizing just enough for us to establish a forward base. If we can secure it, the factions will have to reckon with us." Yarrick smirked. "We might even make a name for ourselves beyond just survivors." Elara allowed a brief smile. "That's the hope." They spent the next hour finalizing preparations with the crew. Inside the cramped navigation room, Elara and Kess Marlowe bent over the star charts, the young apprentice's eyes wide with concentration. The flickering lantern light cast dancing shadows on the walls, illuminating the intricate markings of ancient maps, blending with newly gathered reconnaissance. "See here," Elara pointed to a cluster of symbols near a drifting island. "This is where Myra believes the old Skyland technology is buried. If we can harness it, it could shift the balance of power." Kess nodded eagerly. "I want to help find it." Before they could delve deeper, the door opened and Myra Solon stepped in, her silver hair catching the light as she held out a small metallic device. "I think I've found a way to amplify our signal range," Myra said, her voice calm and precise. "It could give Lena an edge in intercepting enemy communications." Elara's eyes lit up with renewed hope. "Excellent. Every advantage counts." Outside, the wind began to pick up, carrying the scent of rain and ozone. Garrick's voice crackled over the cum. "All hands, prepare for immediate departure. We're taking the swift ships out for a reconnaissance sweep." Elara joined Yarrick aboard his flagship, the engines roaring to life beneath them. The airship lurched forward, slicing through the thickening clouds. The rush of wind whipped against their faces, the roar of the engines blending with the howling gale that swept across Skyfold. "Hold tight," Yarrick grinned, navigating deftly through turbulent air currents. Elara steadied herself against the railing, her eyes scanning the horizon where storm clouds churned like restless beasts. "You've got a death wish," she muttered, half in admiration, half in exasperation. "Someone's got to keep you on your toes," he replied with a wink. The flight was tense but exhilarating. Each shift in the wind, every flash of lightning in the distance reminded them of the precarious nature of their mission. Yet, it was in these moments of shared danger that their partnership truly solidified. The barriers of mistrust and rivalry began to crumble beneath the weight of mutual respect and necessity. Back aboard the flagship that evening, the storm finally passed, leaving a calm, star-studded sky overhead. In the quiet of the captain's quarters, Elara and Yarek found themselves alone. The soft flicker of candlelight casting warm shadows. "I never thought we'd get here," Yarek admitted, his voice softer than usual. "After everything," Elara nodded. "Neither did I, but we have to. For the crew, for Skyfold." "I'm sorry I pushed so hard," he said, eyes meeting hers. "I was scared of losing control. I was scared of failing again," Elara confessed. "But maybe together, we're stronger than our fears." They shared a long look, the weight of their shared burdens lifting just enough to glimpse a fragile hope. Outside, the floating continent shimmered under the moonlight, its endless skies holding promises of new challenges and uncharted territories. Elara and Yarek, once reluctant allies, now prepared to lead Skyfold into a new era, united by trust, tempered by trials, and driven by a vision that stretched as far as the horizon itself. But as the stars blinked overhead, a distant shadow stirred beyond the known skies. A reminder that the flight of trust was only the beginning of a far greater journey. Intricate carvings of winged creatures and celestial maps adorned the walls, glowing faintly under the soft luminescence of hovering lanterns. Delegates from the various factions of Skyfold had gathered here, their faces a mixture of wariness, hope, and exhaustion. The air was thick with anticipation, the weight of countless unspoken grievances and fears hanging palpably among them. Elara Voss stood at the edge of the circular table etched with glowing topographical maps of the floating continent. Her sharp eyes scanned the faces around her leaders of explorers, sky pirates, mercenaries, and scholars, all bound by necessity to this moment. Beside her, Yarek Thorn shifted his weight restlessly, the tangle of sun-bleached hair catching the lantern light, his scarred left eye narrowing thoughtfully. They had come far from the chaotic flights and battles that had marked their journey. But here, in this suspended sanctuary, a new kind of battle was about to be waged, one of words, wills, and fragile promises. Captain Riven Kale sat across the table, his tall frame imposing even in the dim light. The mechanical arm resting on the surface clinked softly as he adjusted his position, his cold grey eyes meeting Elara's with a challenging stare. Despite their opposition, the necessity of peace had drawn him here, a reluctant partner in a truce that none fully trusted. "We all know why we're here," Elara began, her voice steady but carrying the gravity of the moment. "Skyfold cannot survive fractured. Not if we want to chart a future beyond endless conflict." Murmurs rippled through the room, some nods, some skeptical glances. Yarek stepped forward, his voice carrying the rough edge of a pirate accustomed to command. "Freedom has its price," he said bluntly, "but lawless skies breed only death. We need balance, a way to keep the skies open but safe." Captain Kale's lips curled into a thin smile. "Balance," he echoed, "or control disguised as order?" Elara met his gaze without flinching. "Control that ensures survival, not tyranny." Negotiations stretched long into the floating night. Mira, Solon, and Torin, Vex moved quietly among the gathered groups, sharing insights and calming tensions. Myra's expertise in ancient technologies became a key bargaining chip, revealing that the lost Skylands held powers far beyond mere territory powers that could shift the balance of Skyfold forever. Outside, the wind whispered through the rigging of anchored airships, carrying the scent of ozone and rain. Lena Oris maintained a vigilant watch on communications, intercepting coded messages that hinted at factions still plotting behind closed doors. The fragile peace was a thread stretched taut. Hours passed, alliances forged and broken in the delicate dance of diplomacy. When at last the Skyfold Accord was laid out, a treaty that recognized the sovereignty of multiple factions, while mandating shared stewardship of key Skylands. Relief and tension mingled in the chamber. Elara and Yarrick stood on the deck of their flagship as flags representing the newly allied factions fluttered side by side. The sun peeked over the horizon, casting a golden glow across the floating continent. Yet beneath the surface of celebration, both knew the accord was but a pause in the ongoing struggle for Skyfold's future. "It's a start," Yorick murmured, eyes scanning the horizon where distant fleets still lurked. "But peace in these skies is always a storm away from shattering." Elara nodded, her gaze steady and resolute. "Then we'll be ready. This is our home now. We protect it together." As the dawn painted the clouds in hues of pink and gold, the Skyfold Accord stood as a beacon of hope and an uneasy promise. The floating continent was poised on the edge of a new era, one where freedom and order must coexist, or the skies would claim them all. But beneath the hopeful surface, shadows stirred, old rivalries, hidden agendas, and the restless ambitions of men like Captain Kale whispered of challenges yet to come. For in Skyfold, the line between ally and enemy was as shifting and unpredictable as the winds themselves. Elara turned away from the rising sun, her braid catching the light. The campaign had reached a pivotal moment, but her journey was far from over. The greatest trials still awaited, and with them, the chance to truly claim her place among the clouds. "Prepare the crews," she said quietly to Yarrick. "The skies are changing, and so must we." He grinned, the familiar spark of adventure lighting his eyes. "Lead the way, Captain." Together, they faced the horizon, the endless expanse of Skyfold stretching before them, full of promise, peril, and the uncharted paths of tomorrow. And as the floating continent breathed beneath them, the story of the Skyfold campaign surged onward, folding like the vast, ever-shifting skies themselves. Elara Voss stood among them, her usually sharp eyes softened by the weight of the moment. Around her, the crew gathered in a tight circle, their faces etched with fatigue and sorrow. Makeshift plaques, crafted from salvaged metal and etched with the names of fallen comrades, were laid out on the polished wooden deck, glinting faintly under the muted light. A cold wind swept over the floating continent, carrying with it the distant roar of shifting skies and the faint scent of ozone after a recent storm. Tauren Vex stood beside Elara, his broad shoulders squared, but his eyes betraying the internal struggle to remain stoic. Garrick Thorne's usual brash confidence was tempered, his sun-bleached hair tousled by the wind as he stared down at the plaques with a rare solemnity. Myra Solon, ever the calm and analytical presence, scanned the group with an empathetic gaze, while Lena Oris kept a vigilant watch, her expression tight as she monitored the com frequencies for any sign of disturbance. Elara's voice broke the silence, low and steady. "We carry their memories with us, not as a burden, but as a beacon. Every star we chart, every skyland we reclaim, honors the sacrifices they made." A murmur of agreement rippled through the crew. The memorial was not just a tribute. It was a crucible, forging the fractured team into a family bound by loss and purpose. Later, in the quiet solitude of the navigation chamber, Elara sat alone. The soft hum of the ship's engines was a distant lullaby compared to the storm raging in her mind. Her fingers traced the worn lines of a faded star chart, the same one that had guided her on the fateful expedition that ended in disaster years before. The cold air in the chamber curled around her breath in faint misty clouds. Memories surged unbidden, the screams, the twisted wreckage, the faces of those she had failed to save. Yet beneath the guilt, a stubborn ember of resolve burned bright. "I will not let their deaths be in vain," she whispered to the empty room. Meanwhile, on the observation deck, Yarrick and Torin stood side by side, their gazes fixed on the ever-shifting political borders below. The floating islands of Skyfold drifted like scattered jewels against the endless sky, their positions in constant flux. The recent battles had altered the balance of power, but the fragile peace was tenuous at best. "Kale's shadow hasn't lifted," Torin said gruffly, his piercing blue eyes scanning the horizon. "We've won a battle, not the war." Jarek nodded, the familiar scar over his left eye creasing with concern. "And there are those who would see Skyfold burn rather than share the spoils. We have to stay sharp, no more surprises." Their conversation was interrupted by Mira and Lena emerging from the lower decks, their faces illuminated by the glow of a portable decoding device. They carried urgent news, new intercepted messages, hinted at mercenary movements and political machinations, stirring unrest beyond the reclaimed Skylands. "The peace we fought for is fragile," Mira said, her voice steady but urgent. "There are forces gathering. We need to act before the next storm hits." Elara gathered her crew in the strategy room, the air thick with tension and unspoken fears. The echoes of their past battles lingered like ghosts, but the future demanded courage and unity. "We honor those we've lost by facing what comes next," Elara declared, meeting the eyes of each crew member. "Skyfold belongs to all of us. We will protect it together." As the airship hummed against the ever-changing skies, the crew understood that the true challenge lay not only in the battles ahead, but in reconciling the scars of their past. The path to lasting peace was uncertain, but their resolve was unwavering. The night deepened, and with it, the resolve of the horizon's edge and its crew. Above them, the stars flickered silent witnesses to the echoes of the past and the promise of new beginnings. But in the shadows, beyond the floating continent, unseen threats stirred, reminding them all that the skies of Skyfold were never truly at rest. And so, as the memorial candles flickered and the crew faced their memories, the fragile peace held for one more night. But dawn would bring new challenges and new choices that would shape the future of the skies. Flickering lantern light cast long shadows across the room, illuminating the intricate star charts and salvaged maps spread out like a patchwork of secrets waiting to be unraveled. Elara stood at the center, her sharp eyes scanning each route, tracing her finger along the lines that spoke of unclaimed territories, hidden skylands, and the whispered legends of ancient technology waiting to be rediscovered. The air was thick with anticipation, a tangible promise that their journey was far from over. Yarrick Thorne leaned against the bulkhead nearby, arms crossed, his rugged features softened by the golden glow of the lanterns. His sun-bleached hair was tousled from the day's exertions, and the scar over his left eye seemed to deepen as he listened intently. Beside him stood Torin Vex, broad-shouldered and imposing, his piercing blue eyes never leaving the maps. "These new coordinates," Elara said, pointing to a cluster of stars that shimmered faintly on the chart, "suggest that the ancient skylands extend farther than we thought. There's a whole sector beyond the rift, unexplored and unclaimed." Myra Solin's voice, calm and analytical, cut through the murmurs. "Our recent findings from the lost Skyland indicate technology that could revolutionize airship navigation and defense. If we can locate more of these sites, the advantage could shift dramatically in our favor." Kes Marlowe, the young apprentice navigator, stood near Myra, eyes wide with eagerness. "Do you really think we can chart those skies, Captain? It sounds dangerous." Elara smiled, a rare softness breaking through her usual steely demeanor. Danger is part of the sky's nature, Kess, but so is discovery. And that is why we press on. Outside, the wind whispered against the hull, carrying the sense of rain and ozone. On the deck, Yarrick exchanged a serious glance with Torin. "We need to be ready for more than just storms," Yarrick muttered. "The political factions aren't going to sit idly by while we expand our reach." Torin nodded grimly, and with Captain Kale's influence waning but not broken, mercenaries and pirates alike will see opportunity in the chaos. We'll have to tighten security and be prepared for sabotage. Back in the workshop, Myra and Kess bent over a set of mechanical parts recovered from the lost Scotland. The air was thick with the scent of oil and metal filings, and the soft clinking of tools filled the small space. Mira's silver hair was streaked with grime as she carefully examined the components. "These gears," she explained, "are part of a propulsion system unlike anything we've seen. If integrated into our ships, they could increase speed and maneuverability exponentially." Kess's eyes sparkled with wonder. "Imagine what that would mean for our next mission." "It also means new risks," Mira replied, "if such technology falls into the wrong hands." Meanwhile, in the cramped signal room, Lena Oris adjusted her equipment, the soft crackle of intercepted transmissions filling the space. Her fingers danced over dials and switches as she deciphered coded messages. Her eyes narrowed as she identified communications between rival factions mobilizing beyond the floating borders. The fragile peace they had fought so hard to secure was already showing signs of strain. Elara joined Lena briefly, their faces illuminated by the glow of the monitors. "What do you see?" "Increased chatter," Lena said. "Movements of ships and troops, whispers of alliances and betrayals. It's only a matter of time before the next conflict ignites." Elara's jaw tightened. "Then we must be ready, not just to explore, but to defend everything we've reclaimed." As the night deepened, the crew gathered once more in the main cabin to finalize plans. The air was thick with a mixture of excitement and solemnity. Each member knew that their next campaign would test them in ways they had not yet imagined. Yet beneath the weight of uncertainty, a fierce hope burned bright, the hope that together they could chart a new future for Skyfold, one forged in courage, trust, and unrelenting determination. Elara's gaze swept over her crew, Yarrick's steadfast loyalty, Mira's unquenchable curiosity, Torin's unyielding protection, Kess's fresh enthusiasm, and Lena's vigilant watchfulness. They were more than a crew. They were a family bound by shared purpose and unspoken promises. "We sail at dawn," Elara announced, her voice steady and resolute. "The skies beyond wait for no one. Let's show them what Skyfold is made of." Outside, the first light of morning crept over the horizon, painting the clouds in hues of gold and rose. The floating continent stretched endlessly into the distance, a canvas of possibility and peril. As the expedition prepared to take flight once more, the future of Skyfold hung in the balance. A new chapter written in the winds, waiting to be claimed. And so, with hearts steeled and eyes fixed on the unknown, the next campaign began. Below, the drifting clouds wove a shifting tapestry of white and grey, while distant floating isles hovered like sentinels against the endless blue. Inside, the air was thick with murmurs, the low hum of voices weaving through the space as delegates from rival factions took their places around the circular table. Each face bore the weight of past conflicts and the cautious hope of new beginnings. Elara Voss stood at the helm of this uneasy gathering, her lean figure framed by the soft glow of suspended lanterns. The flickering light cast sharp shadows across her weathered features. emphasizing the determination in her sharp eyes and the firm set of her jaw. Her dark hair was drawn back into a practical braid, a symbol of the woman who had weathered storms far more brutal than any political unrest. "Skyfold is at a crossroads," Elara began, her voice steady and clear, cutting through the rising chatter like a blade. "For too long, our floating continent has been fractured by mistrust, piracy, and shifting borders. But today, we have the chance to chart a new course, not just for ourselves, but for all who call these skies home." Her gaze swept across the room, landing briefly on each delegate. Among them were representatives of exploration guilds, former pirates turned mercenaries, and political envoys from the major Skyland factions. The tension was palpable, a delicate dance of glances and guarded postures. Yorick Thorn leaned against the chamber's edge, his rugged frame relaxed but alert. His sun-bleached hair caught the lantern light, and the scar over his left eye seemed to deepen as he watched Elara. Despite their turbulent past and clashing leadership styles, his loyalty to the crew and to the fragile hope she embodied was unwavering. "We've fought hard to reclaim what was lost," Elara continued, "but reclaiming territory is only the beginning. We must work together to secure these lands, share knowledge, and protect one another from the dangers that still roam the skies." Mira Solon stepped forward then, her slender frame illuminated by the soft blue glow of a holographic projection she had activated on the table's surface. Intricate schematics of ancient Skyland technology flickered and shifted as she manipulated them with deft fingers. "Our discoveries in the lost Skylands reveal technologies that could revolutionize travel and defense," Myra explained, "but they also attract those who would use them for conquest and chaos. Cooperation is not just ideal, it's essential." Torin Vex, broad-shouldered and scarred, nodded grimly from his seat. His piercing blue eyes scanned the room with the vigilance of a seasoned warrior who had seen the price of betrayal and bloodshed. "We stand ready to defend this fragile peace," he said, voice low but resolute. "But we must be honest about the threats still looming." Outside, the sky darkened as a storm gathered momentum. The distant rumble of thunder rolled across the floating isles, a stark reminder of the volatile nature of the skies and the political landscape alike. Garrick exchanged a wary glance with Torin, the unspoken understanding of dangers both seen and hidden passing between them. As debates unfolded, alliances slowly took shape. Old grudges were set aside, if only temporarily, in favor of a shared vision. Lena Oris, the communications specialist, intercepted and decoded encrypted signals that confirmed the presence of external factions. Watching this new coalition with suspicion and intent, her quick reports ensured the Council remained one step ahead of looming threats. Meanwhile, in the quiet corners of the chamber, Kesmarlo, the young apprentice navigator, stood beside Myra, their faces bathed in the soft glow of holographic projections. They whispered excitedly about the possibilities the recovered artifacts promised. Kess's bright eyes reflected the hope and determination that Elara saw in herself years ago, a reminder that the future of Skyfold was not just a matter of survival, but of discovery and growth. The Council stretched late into the floating night, voices rising and falling like the turbulent currents outside. When the final agreements were signed, Elara allowed herself a brief moment of satisfaction. The winds of change were indeed blowing through Skyfold. Yet, as she looked out over the storm-darkened skies, she knew this was only the beginning. The alliances forged today were fragile, and the shadows lurking beyond the horizon promised challenges that would test every ounce of courage and trust they had fought so hard to build. "We have a long journey ahead," Elara said quietly to Yorick as the chamber emptied. But for the first time in a long time, I believe the skies can be ours to protect." Yarek cracked a rare, genuine smile. "Lead the way, Captain. We've got your back." The storm broke then, rain pelting the crystalline walls as lightning danced across the clouds. It was a tempestuous welcome to Skyfold's new era, reminder that in these skies, peace was always earned, never given. And Elara Voss was ready to meet the challenge. The winds of change had begun to stir. Outside the council chamber, the glow of lanterns flickered against the rain-slicked stone. The air was electric with possibility, but beneath the surface, the old tensions simmered. Elara's thoughts drifted to the crews scattered across the reclaimed skylands, explorers, traders, former pirates, all watching, waiting for the next move. Mira approached, her silver hair damp from the storm. "The artifacts we uncovered, they suggest there's more beneath the surface," she said quietly. "Secrets that could either bind us together or tear us apart." Elara nodded, eyes fixed on the horizon where the storm clouds churned. "Then we'll face them together. Skyfold's future depends on it." As the night deepened and the storm raged, the floating continent held its breath, perched on the edge of transformation. The campaign to reclaim and protect the lost skylands was far from overbought, with Elara at the forefront. The skies had never looked more promising, and somewhere, in the darkened reaches beyond the floating isles, eyes watched and waited. The winds of change were only beginning to blow. Elara Voss stood at the prow, her lean figure silhouetted against the roiling clouds that darkened the horizon. Her dark braid whipped around her face like a banner of defiance, sharp eyes tracing the shifting shapes of storm-racked skies. Around her, the crew moved with practiced urgency, securing ropes, checking instruments, their breaths misting in the cold air of the high altitude. Storms coming fast. Lena Oris called from the communications post, her fingers flying deftly over the signal interceptors. "We've got less than 10 minutes before it hits full force." Elara's jaw tightened. This was no time for hesitation. The Skylands were unpredictable, but she had learned to trust her instincts and the strength of those who followed her. "All hands, prepare for turbulence. Secure all loose gear and brace for sharp maneuvers. Yorick, ready the pilots to adjust course if necessary." Yorick Thorne emerged from the shadows of the deckhouse, his sun-bleached hair a wild halo in the storm's growing fury. "You heard the captain. Let's keep this bird in the air." Their eyes met for a brief moment, a silent exchange that carried the weight of their shared history, tension, respect, and the fragile trust that had been forged over countless trials. Inside the navigation room, the air was thick with anticipation. Maps and star charts lay spread across the table, but outside, the stars were swallowed by angry clouds. Mira Solan's calm voice broke the heavy silence. "The storm's creating unstable air currents ahead. Our best option is to steer into the wind, slow the fleet, and maintain formation." Kess, Marlowe, standing close by, glanced nervously at Elara. The young apprentice navigator's eyes were wide with a mixture of fear and awe. "Captain, will we make it?" Elara crouched beside her, placing a steady hand on the girl's shoulder. "We will, together." The flagship's engines roared as the fleet adjusted course, the airships dipping and swaying in the turbulent sky. Outside, Torin Vex took command of the deck crew, his booming voice cutting through the howling wind. "Hold fast. Watch your lines. Protect the hulls." The storm battered them mercilessly, lightning cracked like celestial fire. Thunder rolled as if the heavens themselves were in conflict. But under Elara's firm direction, the fleet held together. The crew's movements became a symphony of resilience. an unspoken vow that they would not be broken. As the tempest began to wane, the clouds parted to reveal a sky washed clean by the storm's fury. Elara gathered the crew on the deck, the cool air now still except for the soft flapping of flags. She looked out over the faces, weathered, tired, but alight with renewed spirit. "We have faced the wrath of Skyfold and stood firm," Elara said, her voice steady and warm. "This expedition is not just about reclaiming lost lands. It is about forging a future together, trusting in one another and in our shared purpose." A murmur of agreement rippled through the gathered crew. Yorick stepped forward, his usual bravado tempered by genuine respect. "Captain Voss, you've earned your place. This crew follows you not just because they must, but because they believe in you." Elara allowed herself a brief smile, a quiet moment of victory. The storms of the past, the mistakes, the doubts all seemed to fade beneath the weight of this new beginning. As the sun broke through the clouds, casting golden light over the floating continent, she knew that the true journey was only just beginning. But as the horizon stretched wide and uncharted before them, Elara's thoughts lingered on the fragile alliances and shifting borders yet to be navigated. The skies of Skyfold were vast, wild, and uncertain. To lead here was to embrace both danger and hope in equal measure. "Steady as she goes," Elara whispered to herself, eyes fixed on the clearing sky. "We are the leaders now, and the future is ours to shape." Above them, the wind carried their resolve, a promise soaring among the clouds. The first light of dawn painted the decks in hues of amber and rose, casting long shadows that danced with the gentle sway of the flagship. Elara moved among her crew with a newfound ease, her presence a steady anchor in the midst of the ever-shifting skies. In the galley, Myra Solon bent over a collection of intricate devices, her silver hair catching the morning light. "The storm revealed new anomalies in the air currents," she explained, showing Elara her findings. "If we harness these patterns, we could reduce travel time and avoid hostile patrols." Elara nodded thoughtfully. "Excellent work, Myra. Prepare a briefing for the fleet. We need every advantage we can get." Nearby, Tauren Vex was already overseeing repairs, his scarred hands steady as he directed the crew. "The hulls took a beating, but nothing we can't fix. The men are ready for whatever comes next." Yarick approached, his demeanor less brash and more reflective. "I wasn't sure we'd make it through the night, but you pulled us through. I've got your back, Elarono, more games." Elaro met his gaze, the unspoken truce between them now a solid foundation. "I'm glad to hear that, Yarick. We need to be united if we're going to succeed." Kess Marlowe lingered at the edge of the group, her youthful face bright with determination. "Will I ever be as good as you, Captain?" Elara smiled, placing a hand on the girl's shoulder. "You're already on your way. Keep your eyes on the stars and your heart in the skies. We all learn as we go." The crew dispersed to their tasks, each member carrying a spark of hope ignited by the storm's trial. Elara lingered for a moment, breathing deep the crisp morning air. The weight of leadership was still heavy, but it no longer crushed, hurt, empowered her. She turned to the horizon, where the first wisps of cloud drifted like whispers of promise. Skyfold awaited, vast and mysterious, a canvas on which they would paint their legacy. And Elara Voss would lead them there, a true leader among the clouds. Yet, as the fleet sailed forward, the shifting political tides of Skyfold stirred unseen currents. Messages intercepted by Lena Oris hinted at factions unsettled by the expedition's success, and the fragile peace balanced on a knife's edge. Elara knew the battles ahead would not only be fought in the skies, but in the hearts and minds of those who sought to claim the future. But with her crew united and her resolve unshaken, she was ready. "Let them come," she whispered. "We are Skyfold's guardians now." And with that, the flagship surged forward, cutting through the dawn, a beacon of hope and steadfast leadership in a world forever shifting beneath their wings. Elara Voss stood at the edge, her sharp eyes scanning the vast expanse of drifting clouds below, and the scattered islands floating silently in the morning mist. The air was crisp, tinged with the faint scent of ozone and the freshness of untouched sky. A gentle breeze teased the dark braid that hung down her back, the familiar rhythm of the wind whispering promises of both challenge and hope. Behind her, the expedition's fleet of airships bobbed gently at anchor, their sails catching the early light, glinting like jewels suspended in the endless blue. The distant hum of their engines was a steady heartbeat, a reminder of the journey they had undertaken and the battles they had fought to reach this moment. The scars of conflict were still fresh in Elara's mind, the loss of comrades, the betrayals endured, and the personal demons she had faced and conquered. Yet here she was, standing on the precipice of a new era. "It's beautiful," a voice said softly beside her. Elara turned to see Yarrick Thorn, his rugged face softened by the dawn's gentle light, the signature scar over his left eye catching the gleam. Despite the hardships and their past clashes, the tension between them had eased, replaced by a mutual respect forged in the crucible of their shared trials. "It is," Elara replied, a faint smile tugging at her lips. "But beauty comes with its own dangers." Yarrick nodded, his gaze sweeping over the horizon. "And we'll face them together." Their partnership, once fraught with distrust and conflicting ambitions, had grown into a balanced alliance. The expedition's success had depended as much on their ability to navigate not only the skies, but also the fragile trust between them. Now, as leaders of a coalition that stretched across the floating continent, their challenge was to maintain that trust among their crew and the various factions vying for control. Inside the main airship, Mira Solin was already at work. The slender scholar sat at a sturdy workbench, her pale fingers delicately tracing the intricate runes glowing faintly on a recently uncovered ancient device. The soft hum of the artifact resonated through the engineering bay, drawing the attention of crew members gathered nearby. Myra's silver hair caught the lantern light, shimmering as she leaned closer, eyes alight with wonder. "This could change everything," she murmured, her voice filled with awe. "The technology here, it's unlike anything we've seen. It holds the key to understanding the very forces that keep Skyfold afloat." Torin Vex, the ever-watchful security chief, stood silently near the bay's entrance, his broad shoulders tense but his piercing blue eyes calm. The scars marking his battle-worn face told stories of countless fights, but his presence now was one of solemn vigilance rather than aggression. The fragile peace they had won was precious, and he was determined to protect it at all costs. As the sun climbed higher, Elara convened the crew on the open deck. The wind whipped around them, carrying the vibrant energy of new beginnings. She looked out over the faces seasoned explorers, sky pirates turned allies, scholars, and apprentices, all bound by a mission that had transformed them. "Today," Elara began, her voice steady and clear, "we stand not just on a reclaimed skyland, but at the dawn of a new chapter for Skyfold. Our journey was perilous, our losses great, but our victory is a testament to our courage and unity." Murmurs of agreement rippled through the crowd. Kess Marlowe, the young apprentice navigator who had grown under Ilara's mentorship, stood near the front, eyes wide with a mixture of admiration and determination. She represented the future, a beacon of hope for the skies yet to be explored. "We have much work ahead," Elara continued. "The alliances we forge now will shape the destiny of these floating lands. We must remain vigilant, adaptable, and united." Yarek stepped forward, his voice carrying the rough edge of a pirate tempered by newfound purpose. "And we'll face whatever storms come together." The crowd erupted in cheers, their voices a chorus of resilience and hope against the vast sky. As the sun fully rose, casting long shadows and illuminating the floating countenance endless possibilities, Elara knew the battle for Skyfold's future was far from over. But for the first time in a long while, she felt ready. Later, as twilight painted the sky in hues of violet and rose, Elara found herself alone atop the cliff once more. The stars began to twinkle faintly above, ancient guides for a navigator's soul. She reached into her pocket and pulled out a worn, folded star chart, one of many she had consulted throughout the campaign. Her fingers traced the familiar constellations, a quiet ritual that grounded her amidst uncertainty. The past's shadows lingered, but they no longer defined her. Elara folded the chart carefully, slipping it back into her jacket, and looked ahead toward the horizon where new mysteries awaited. The dawn over Skyfold was not merely the end of their journey, it was the beginning of many more. And Elara Voss, once a fallen star, was ready to lead the way among the clouds. The skies whispered their ancient secrets, and the floating continent breathed with the promise of endless adventure. The campaign was over, but the story of Skyfold was just beginning.